yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes.
Blessings, 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 everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Somebody said, I'm gonna put down my rebel out. Oh, my name is all right. Some rebel out there now. All right. Yeah, can you hear me? All right, good. Blessings, 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 everyone. I'll put on this thing, huh? So me can I not forgot through the speaker below me. All right. Just some fine tuning. All right. Let me see. Good afternoon. And welcome to Reason with Rattigan. I see what you're saying, Joe Blogs. With yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan. Go beat them bad today. Yeah, indeed. Big up everyone in the chat. As always, wanna give you a big shout out. Too many of you to mention you by name. I'll as I'm going through the program and I catch the name, I'll give a shout out. But it's a lot. We have a lot to cover. We may even go over because Kevin is not here today. He's here, but he's somewhere else. I just got off the phone with him and he set me up on things like that. We're going to talk about Kevin in a little bit. Let me just say that you could have chosen to be anywhere today, but you're here. And that's good news for me and for you. It's good news for me because it appears as if you're hearkening to the message and you want to come and you want to learn. And for me, it's good to know that there are people who are interested in our piece of paradise, our jewel, our rock. And you know that you care enough, you're here, and we're going to make this work together. We are going to make it work. There is no turning back. This is like an avalanche, start rolling downhill, start picking up speed. And it's going to be devastating for people standing in our way. And when I say people standing in our way, we're talking about people who refuse to be held accountable for running the country. We are going to expose them to such a point that they'll have to step aside and let people who have Jamaica's interests at heart, that they can come forward. They can offer themselves and their service to make Jamaica the place that it really, really should be. Let me say big up to Kevin. sorry, DJ Kevin Stew. Big him up, big him up. And here's why, people. Kevin is at a function today. So Kevin said to me, look here, Rebel, make we set up everything Friday night. And Kevin and I, we started working on the program for today last night at about 9 o'clock or so, 10 o'clock. And we didn't finish until 4:46 this morning. 4:46. And Kevin terminated the conversation, didn't sleep, grabbed a shower, and he just arrived at the function. There's a benefit for Lieutenant Stitchy. I think it's in Orlando. And Kevin is there right now. And I come downstairs now thinking, okay, try to get these things, get things ready, because we set everything up from last night. And there was Kevin on the platform. And I saw him making some changes and doing this and doing that. I mean, he's a wonderful soul, a hard worker, talented person. And just a really, okay. Mic check. Mike. One more time. Yeah, Kevin is just a really, really nice soul. I'm telling you, it's a pleasure to be around him. And I've gotten smarter by being around Kevin, because not only is he a nice person, he's very intelligent. And I appreciate him wholeheartedly. Words cannot express the way I feel about this man, and he does it without any expectation. He does his thing. So Kevin, big up yourself. As for me, I got 2 hours of sleep. I went to bed at about 8 o'clock and I got up at 10. And here we are, moving and grooving, because we have to talk to the people. Andrea, Kevin good, man. Kevin good. Kevin actually, in a multitask right now, he's busy taking care of some things at the benefit, and he's paying attention to the show. So I said to him last night, Kevin, here's what we're going to do. I said, what I want to do is I want to make sure everything is up. And Kevin, the only reason I'm going to call you is if I'm in a really bad situation. Otherwise, we're just gonna just function, if it's for one wing, we just function for one wing. So, but again, Kevin is not going to have any of that. He said, no, just go and run the program. I'll be paying attention, and you may not even have to call me if you need help, because I'm watching. So there you go. Another thing is, some of you have not been receiving the promo on a Saturday. I apologize. That's my fault, and we're going to fix that come by Tuesday. We'll fix it so that by Wednesday, everybody will be notified. So please forgive me. Today, we have some special guests. You won't see Prezi today because Prezi is busy. You won't see Kevin today because Kevin is busy. You won't see JAMAIC'S because JAMAIC'S is busy. You won't see ISAT because ISAT is busy. Here's who you'll see today. And it's not because they're not busy. It's because I asked them to come over. Mr. Vumfavi, Jeffrey Tavares, he's going to join us for the entire program. Pastor Ricky, he's going to join us. 2 outstanding voices in the diaspora for issues not only concerning the diaspora, but issues concerning those of us at home. And you're going to hear from them. And I think Jeffrey has an announcement to make. I have a laugh because Jeffrey tried to set me up, People, Jeffrey tried to set me up. But I say go. Mega what? Big up yourself, big up yourself. Hey, Mega, me have some people from New Lots, you know. They rolled me out this weekend. Yes. So, but you're there, so I know the place is safe. Crown Heights, I know Crown Heights safe. I know East New York is safe. I know East Flatbush is safe. I know New Lots is safe. I know Brownsville is safe. I know Bed-Stuy is safe. Whole of Brooklyn safe, because Mega the boat. All right, so Mega, big up yourself. OT, stay so, you know. OT, thank you. Elaine, thank you. Joe Blogs, thank you. Look, if I go, I'm never going to start from the top and come when I don't take the whole program. So, as Malcolm X said, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So, in keeping with that advice, be prepared to be educated today. I am prepared to be educated today. So, the whole away, we're going to share the thing. Let me see what. Oh, I don't know if Kevin, where you there? We need to put up producer Joan thing. Me not see it. Don't know if Kevin there, but let me just give him a quick call, huh? I said, not thank me. Andrea, big up yourself. Thank you. Marcia from London, thank you very much for tuning in. Hold on, let me bring in Mr. Vumvavi, so he can say hello to the people while I get Kevin for put up producer Jones' schedule. Here we go. My brother, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, those who are listeners from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. It's a Rattigan program. And I am not setting up Mr. Rattigan at all. He's setting up himself. Not me. Anyway, it's good to be here on this program this afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. I want to say thanks to everybody who's joining us. And, you know, this afternoon going to be a great program. A great program. We have some guest lineup. We have some, you know, some well-known individuals who are going to come on and speak to us. We also have a Jamaican in the Jamaican diaspora who is going to come and speak to us about his via into politics here in the United States. And we're going to speak about what Mr. Rattigan is trying to tell you that I set him up with. We're going to speak about that too. So as soon as he's ready, we'll speak about that. And just sit back, relax, enjoy yourself. Share the live feed. Share up this live feed to everyone you can share this live feed to, because this afternoon program will be a very good program. Mr. Rattigan, ready for us?
Yes, my brother. Folks, listen. ISAT, there is something going on, and Marva just mentioned it. We have to mention ISAT's thing, and we're asking you to support. It starts at 7, and even if you have to leave us at 7, that's okay, because at 7 we are going to end our program here and just open the line for telephone calls for 1 hour. So if you have to leave, please leave at around 7ish or so, right? So we're good. Yeah, while Kevin is we just take with Kevin, you know, from doing his thing with the folks at the benefit. So he's gonna try and set something up that producer Joan worked hard and tirelessly in terms of getting us on point. So while Kevin is doing that, let me just say, and it's a good thing sometimes when you have overlay, you know, because our redundancies, so that if you feel like in one aspect, then you have something like a plan B, and I have a plan B in front of me. Here's what's going on. Here's what's going to happen today. Here's what we anticipate. Here's what we hope to happen today. Today we're going to have a reasoning, and the reasoning will include the following. We're going to talk about the blueprint for the return of Mr. Bolt's money, and also the imprisonment of the perpetrators. And when we say imprisonment, we're talking not in a Jamaican prison, because we know it's not going to happen in Jamaica, but in the US prison. And we believe at this point that there may have been some violations of US laws. And so we're going to talk about the blueprint for that. Then Jeffrey and I, we have a major diaspora announcement to make. We'll also talk about lies and representations about the GDP to debt ratio, recession, and unemployment. You've heard a lot of talk about that, and it's a lot of fancy talk. It's a lot of dancing. Very little truth to what they're saying, and we're gonna expose them today. We're also gonna have a reasoning concerning the MARISA DALRYMPLE-PHILIBERT case. And we say it's a serious blow to Jamaica's anti-corruption efforts because they gave her a slap on the wrist. Doesn't bode well for Jamaica because there is no deterrence in how she was treated by the court. We'll get to that. We also want to talk about the GLC'S decision. That's the General Legal Counsel, the same body that tried to, or the same body that's in the process of disciplining ISAT, trying to take away his license. We had a case before them concerning DPP PAULA LLEWELLYN, and we're asking the question: was it friendship? We're going to show you the decision, and we're going to say, was it friendship or was it farcical? Was it just a joke? Serious joke. We'll get to that. We'll also get to what was really said between the Prime Minister and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, because we see where they're highlighting this meeting. Thank you, Kevin. They're highlighting this meeting, and they're talking about okay. Hold on 1 second. Kevin, where you there? Bring me back to the people there, my brother. They're talking about this meeting that they had, and just to be clear, it was not a personal meeting. It wasn't a face-to-face meeting. We've seen photographs trying to give the impression that it was a face-to-face meeting. No such thing. Let me try and get this. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Okay. Let me see what Kevin. Kevin put it up, but then it gone. No, Kevin, me no see it on it. Me no see it, It was up a while ago and it gone. All right. And then we hope to also talk about who is responsible for damaging brand Jamaica. Because if you remember a while back, they said it was people like me and Jeffrey Tavares, damaging.
Dirty 30.
Yeah, damaging brand Jamaica because we had the gumption and the gall and the beer-facedness to go out and talk about we are protesting against government corruption and this and that and that. And they said, no, you people in the diaspora, you are the ones doing it. Well, people have said to us, you guys aren't doing anything. You're just talking, I'm doing it. But things are happening and brand Jamaica is being damaged. And me no say, me not have nothing to do with it. Me not think Jeffrey Tavares have nothing to do with it.
Oh no.
Right? But that's oh, wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, but that's what they're saying, that brand Jamaica is damaged. And well, we'll talk about that and say who really damaged brand Jamaica. No, we have Pastor Ricky is gonna join us later on. He should be with us momentarily. But let me just put a disclaimer in. The opinions you hear, let me make it clear. The opinions you hear, hey, my man Furtenberg in the house. Yeah. Big up yourself. You need to come back, sir, because people have been asking for you. Uh, the opinions you hear belong to the individual presenters only, and should not be attributed to Reggae Global Radio or the host. And we're neither endorsing nor promoting those opinions. People have a right to their opinions, and so this is a forum where people can freely express themselves. However, just keep in mind that because people will and have expressed themselves on this forum, doesn't mean that Reggae Global Radio is standing there and going, yeah, we support it. No, Reggae Global Radio is just here to provide a forum for free speech. And as we're finding out, free speech sometimes is not so free. You know, you have to be careful. All I can say about that is this: I don't know all the facts. I've gotten some preliminary facts, but I believe there might be more to it. We'll just wait and see. But the truth is a complete defense. So if you are speaking freely and you are in possession of the facts, no make nobody dissuade you. No make no lawsuit dissuade you, because the truth is a complete defense. And in some instances, people will file lawsuit. And when they file lawsuit, the lawsuit is not just for that person, you know. It's for a community to say,
Yes.
I want to shut up. Right? But as I say, sometimes when you see a lawsuit filed against an individual, it's not only against that individual. Yes, they'll say, yeah, him said this or she said that. But it's also a message to the wider community that if you know say anything when me no like, me I go file a lawsuit. Well, when me says this, bring the lawsuit on. If there are facts to support the position that we have stated, then there's nothing to worry about. Absolutely. It's just people just waste them time appeal lawyers for write letters and all of that stuff. So again, I don't know the facts. I don't know the full facts of that particular case. And you know the case I'm talking about. I'm talking about the case with Mr. Vaz. I don't know the full facts about it, so I won't render an opinion on it, except to say that if you have the facts, do not be afraid of any lawsuit. Do not be afraid of any lawsuit. Continue speaking, because the truth, and I'm going to keep drumming it. The truth is a complete defense. The truth is a complete defense to any action of defamation. If somebody say, oh, you defame me, you said this and it, do this to my family and that, and it's true, no action will be maintained. Them can file a lawsuit, right? Where Pastor Ricky there? Oh, Pastor Ricky there. Oh. So that's what we're going to say about that. No, again, yeah, Pastor Ricky, come up on the camera and I could bring you on there. No, relax with the rebel. In recognition of see me, big up yourself, Pastor Ricky. Welcome.
Yes, sir, Rattigan, the Professor, Sir Jeffrey. God bless you, sir. Everybody,
too,
good
my friend.
afternoon. I'm excited to be
Yeah, Pastor Ricky, I was just telling them about a disclaimer, saying that whatever them hear, or their opinion, we can't attribute your opinion to Reggae Global Radio.
here. To me, yeah.
So I tell them that.
You know, we're not honor them. We're not honor none of them. But you're
what I
a
tell them,
decent, you're a decent young man. We respect you. God bless you.
yeah, but what I tell them also that the truth is a complete defense to any action of defamation against you. You know, once you can go to court and say, here it is, judge, here's the proof that what I said was true, then guess what? That's the end of the story. That's the end of the story. You know, we don't support people lying on people, but if you have a truth that you want to speak, we believe that you should feel free to speak that truth, and that you shouldn't be hamstrung. Nobody can handcuff you with no lawsuit. It shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't be scared. And again, Pastor Rick, I was just telling Jeffrey and our family members here in the chat and those listening far and wide that sometimes somebody will file a lawsuit against a person, but it's actually intended for a community of people to frighten them and say, "Oh, better don't say nothing," because if you don't get a lawsuit, and them know that a lot of people don't have the money for really mount a defense. But something like, so if should a politician file something against somebody, and it turns out that what the person was saying is true, we are going to support that person.
That's right.
We are going to support that person. So, yes, there's something, Jeffrey?
Yeah, I was saying that if it happens that whatever they're saying and they file a lawsuit and the person who's saying everything is the truth, can that person end up suing them back?
Yes. Yes. You can file a counter claim. Yes, you can file a counter claim.
Especially if you're a public figure like me, you can sue them back. Put them on get your lawyer to depose them under the oath. And once they swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, the burden of proof is on them to say that what we say is not true, but what they know is the truth. So let them submit documents that a federal judge will subpoena them to submit. Right, sir?
Yeah, Jeffrey is correct. If they sue you for speaking the truth and you show your truth, you can actually file a counterclaim against them for bringing a lawsuit against you.
And we can request document. Our attorney can request documents, right?
During discovery. Yes, discovery is where they have to turn over, where you ask them for documentation and they have to turn over the documentation. Or if they don't have it, they have to come up. If you believe they have it and them say they don't have it, they will come up with a good reason, because the court can always issue sanctions for refusal to comply with its order.
And
so
hold them in contempt.
Indeed. Shaka, big up yourself, family. All right, now relax with the rebel. That's tonight, people, from 10 to midnight. Dr. Love, we have a new DJ coming on from midnight to 2. So just keep in mind, it's Relax with the Rebel is from 10 p.m. to midnight, tonight and every Saturday night, unless otherwise advised. Now, in recognition of Reggae Music Month, we will highlight the contributions of Rastafari to the development of the music. And as Professor Hamilton explained a few weeks ago, Rastafari, our Rastafarian musicians, called for the abolition of the Babylon system long before it became fashionable to do so. Them a talk about the Babylon system way back. People used to ignore them. People used to ridicule them. And here it is now that a lot of people, sensible people, uptown people, are join forces with them and say, yes, this system we have here in Jamaica, what we call a democratic system, what we call a constitutional monarchy, it's a mockery to freedom and justice and peace and progressive and progress. So Rastafari preached this long time, so we are going to honor them tonight. So tonight the theme is Rastaman Vibration. Everybody know the song. Bob Marley did the song. So you will hear from such luminaries tonight. And when we read out the list, we know now join me tonight at 10 o'clock. Bob, Peter, Bonnie, Luciano, Dennis. Them are people who know all by first name. Garnet, Bujo, Aswad, Steel Pulse. We can't forget the British contribution to this stuff. Burning Spear, Ras Michael and the Sons of Negos. One of the original Rastaman, and we have preached against the Babylon system. Black Uhuru, and my newest favorite band, Dread I Dread. Big up yourself, Raleigh from Minneapolis. Tune in tonight at 10 and Wola Meds with the Rebel.
And Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I hope you play Burning Spear song, My Country Don't Sell Out.
For you, you're gonna do that. I didn't have that one, but I'm going to play My Country Don't Sell Out.
Request.
No, easy like Sunday with the Rebel. We took a break from early December and we started out. We had a program last week, Sunday. And last Sunday, we had an outstanding show with Raleigh and the Dread I Dread band. Magnificent show. Now, people, this band is comprised of super talented musicians. We have Pee Wee from New Orleans. We have a gentleman who come on from Turkey, right? Turkey. And them deliver original tunes, mostly original tunes. Like Raleigh said last week, them not really do cover, you know, because them have some good songwriters. Raleigh, PV, the rest of them good songwriters, and them have some original tunes with a positive message, but by solid arrangement and a mellow reggae vibe. People, if you haven't listened to Dread I Dread, it's time. It's time. Them have about 6 albums. Go on Spotify, go wherever you want, go iTunes, go wherever you want, go and just listen to Dread I Dread. And you listen to this banya. I believe in the fullness of time, they will get their just reward. Them just start, you know, them travel a lot and things like that, and them play with a whole bunch of artists, international and local. But I don't think they've gotten, I know they haven't gotten their just rewards, because those of you who listened to them last week, Sunday, walked away saying, where this band are they all along? We never hear about this band. He got Tony Rose, I call him, but he no respond yet. But him have to come around here, because I'm an original Waterhouse man, so he have to come around here. So we'll get him, man. We'll get the whole of them. Junior Reid, Half Pint, Dan Carlos. We'll get the whole of them. So remember, stay tuned for more information regarding Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel. Our next show will be on Sunday, March the 2nd. We're talking to some people right now, and once we finalize their appearance, we will broadcast that. We have another show, Come Reason with Rattigan, which is on Wednesday night. Big up yourself, OT, and all of the supporters. Last Wednesday, we had an extended show. Well, all I showed them extended anyway. I feel so bad for OT, because OT want to go work, and OT and notify me and say, well, I forgot now. I say, yeah, OT, hold on a second. One more point. Big up yourself again, OT. And Elaine, big up yourself too. And all of the supporters. But we had an extended show due to a rich discussion about content-rich Jamaica. And callers did not hesitate to express their feelings. There's a favorite caller of mine. She called in every Wednesday. She listen now to from Connecticut. The lady with a whole heap of money. No. She said she don't have no money. Get well soon, sister. And them call in and them express themselves, express them feelings. Now, if you're concerned about your health, because, you know, Dr. Ben, this a theme, I'm residents that on a Wednesday night, you know, I'm coming, him and them crew. So if you're concerned about your health and the health of governance in Jamaica, you cannot afford to miss this weekly show. So I look forward to seeing and hearing from all of you next Wednesday. And with that, let me just shout out to a whole bunch of people. Make we continue to pray for Papa Trevor, Ma P, big up yourself, Ma P, Ma Jean, still so, Desmond, Paul, Bonnie Jump, me know you listen, my brethren, big up yourself and your family. Joanna Marie, the boss lady who out there now with Kevin sponsor up this thing here with the show face, Lieutenant Stitchy, Fireball, the whole of the Reggae Global crew. Fittest the hardest dread. Mrs. Nelson, get well soon. Bobby D'Souza, oh you call, sir. Barry, hope you everything a function now. Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, Danny Goops, and of course, Roland, the valiant one. We can't forget Cora either, right? And we want to big up our ambassadors, and of course, producer Joan, hardest working person in showbiz. And
Sorry to cut you. Did you see what they write here? Dr. Ben Medicine. Dr. Ben medical advisor have Jeffrey looking
fresh. Just say it. Oh, King of Fire said, Ratty, I want to know if it's constitutional for the authorities to attach octopus to your devices. Of course, of constant hacking of your devices. Need some help with this one. King of Fire, I tell you what, it's fun you mentioned that, you know, King of Fire, because this week I was talking to a security expert, one of our supporters, and I am going to talk today about different types of phones and different types of apps. Just in our overview, so, and I'm telling you, you're going to be surprised with the kind of information I'm going to share with you. You're going to hear some names that you haven't heard. And this man was telling me how you can even get around Pegasus. And we're going to talk about that. What about, but King of Fire, why you beat me to the punch? Because we'll talk about that today, because we see where the Prime Minister talk on a phone to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. We're going to analyze the photograph and we'll talk to you about that phone that he have and some other phones where we're not seeing. We'll talk about all of them things. So
and some other phone with some diplomats have.
Some other phone, well, Jeffrey know about them. You don't know about them phone there, you know? Yeah. So what we want to do is we could start out and now. Kevin must get busy. Let me say this. People are wanting to take a look at this, right? See that? When the citizens of a nation deem their most accomplished thieves as the most electable, then they lose the right to complain when theft becomes their national creed. I want to think about that from Modibo Keita. I want to read that and make it sear in our minds. When the citizens of a nation deem their most accomplished thieves as the most electable, then they lose the right to complain when theft becomes their national creed. Not true no word, but I'm say people, if you elect a criminal, you can't complain when him start rob you. You can't complain, especially when you come and you go up on a Mystic Sensation and you go check out a Jeffrey Tavares and a Lonesome Man and a Rattigan when my brethren there, Canada name again, name man, I can't remember his name. But when you check out programs like them there, you check out Andre Stevens, when you check out them programs there, and you get the information about criminal activities committed by politicians, and you turn around and you vote for that politician, you can't complain when the person continue doing what we have been warning you about. You cannot complain. I'll read it one more time for those of you who can't see the screen.
Loud and clear.
When the citizens of a nation deem their most accomplished thieves, it just say, you know, I use Pastor Ricky's word. In my word, them use all the time. Criminal.
That's why I read the disclaimer.
yeah. Pastor Ricky around for call them criminal. When the citizens of a nation deem their most accomplished thieves as the most electable, then they lose the right to complain when theft becomes their national creed, right? So what that means is that, in layman's terms, is that when you know a man is a crook and you elect him, then you really shouldn't expect anything different than crooked behavior. And so, therefore, don't complain. Don't complain. Well, guess what, people? We have a chance to exercise this thing here. We have a chance coming up before September to exercise this thing here. And we are going to see. We all say, because we have been promised, we were promised things in 2016, we were promised things in 2020, and we still get promises now. And the things from 2016, them not accomplished them things there yet. 2020, them not accomplished them things there yet. So, you know, and another thing about this program around here is that we no wrap up, we no play, we no keen teeth, we kick out teeth, because it no matter which party you belong to, if you are not doing the will and the bidding of the people, we are going to call you out. There's a certain man that we're going to call out, and he's a PNP man. We're going to call him out today. We're going to call him out today. But let me move this off of this thing here. And make us see now. Listen to, look at this. This is disgraceful, people. Some of you have seen it and have made comments about it. I suspect that some of you haven't seen it. Just take a listen to this.
And you are responding for the benefit of the entire parliament.
Of banknotes and coins for issue by the Bank of Jamaica. That is new.
Minister, if you continue to have a conversation with one individual who is not on the mic and is not making a presentation, then you also contribute to the disorder in the House. Minister, you're not speaking to one individual. You had a series of questions and discussion, and you are responding for the benefit of the entire parliament and all of Jamaica.
Okay. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the new proposed amendments are the procurement of banknotes and coins for issue by the Bank of Jamaica, the implementation by the Bank of Jamaica of monetary policy and foreign exchange policy through financial contracts, financial advisory services procured from the International Finance Corporation in respect of road development projects in Jamaica, and technical cooperation and assistance for the provision of goods, works, and services pursuant to any agreement between the Government of Jamaica through the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority.
The Speaker is now in committee as the chair and is allowing, as chairwoman, the unruly opposition leader to continue to speak off mic with the unruly Minister of Constitutional Affairs. Let's allow Minister to just...
Well, let me just move that. You saw she treat the lady, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Female Williams is a meek, mild-mannered lady. Granted that she's a square peg in a round hole. She's not doing a good job. But there's no need for you to treat the woman like this. What this tells me, this is a strong signal that what we have going on here is the circular fire. We have the circular firing squad. Them start fire for each other, and them start fire thinking them a fire for somebody else, and the person duck and them shoot each other. Because this is just despicable the way she treated this lady in front of the world.
And not only that, Mr. Rattigan, the way how this speaker has been going on from ever since she get the role of a speaker, as if she's running her home. And the members of the parliament, especially the opposition party, is her kids. She treats them as if they're nothing. And for her to speak to the Minister of Finance that way, it is something that is really...
Yeah, man.
It stinks. It brings the parliament in disrepute. It does. And to show you that the Parliament of Jamaica has no respect for the Jamaican people, to allow a speaker to go on like that, you have everyone wanting to go on the same way, and nothing has been done. As to show you the level of respect for the Jamaican people.
Yeah, I agree, Sir Jeffrey, because although Favor failed at the Ministry of Education because that's not her strengths. You know, when you do a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat, her strength is in finance. And she went to one of the best finance in school in America. And so, you know, the Prime Minister have mismatched people in the wrong position. And unfortunately, Fayetteville was one of them in the wrong position. But there's no day under the sun where the speaker can walk in the shoes of Fayetteville Williams. And, you know, it showed that there's a rift going on. Maybe Fayetteville is not pulling in the direction they want her to pull, like how they had Nigel Clark like a puppet on a string to use him to do what they want him to do and say what they want him to say. But it shows the disrespect because, like you said, when Warmington, one of the most grievous creatures in the parliament that shouldn't even be in the parliament, when he blowed out and blare out and say all manner of nastiness, she never corrects him. She never, when her husband got up in March last year doing the budget debate and say he's the best baby father for ideas, which he has none, and you can see the hurt and the grief on her face when he said that, she didn't correct him. So there's something deeper going on between her and Fable. Fable is now in charge of finance. Yes, she's an accountant, the speaker, but I believe that Fable is not pulling 100% behind what they want her to do.
Or sorry, Mr. Rattigan, or maybe Fable find out some stuff that she's not supposed to find out and bring it to the attention of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's let me put up one of my favorites right there. So
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
well,
Play it again.
Based on the discussions we had in the House.
if they do not trust the words of
Procurement
politicians.
of banknotes and coins for issue by the Bank of Jamaica, that is new. That was
Minister,
added to the
if you continue to have a conversation with one individual who is not on the mic and is not making a presentation, then you also contribute to the disorder in the House. Minister, you're not speaking to one individual. You had a series of questions and discussion, and you are responding for the benefit of the entire Parliament and all of Jamaica.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
You should treat the woman like she's a child.
Yeah, she's saying to Matthew, her son, Matthew,
Yeah.
it's not your father alone in the room. I'm in the room too, along with your other brother and your grandmother, to speak to all of us.
Yeah. Well, now she set the precedence for correction on the floor in her party. So let's see moving forward next week if when Warmington and others get out of character, she's gonna correct them, right?
Yeah.
I know for a fact, though, Mr. Rattigan, that the Parliament have a book they call the Standing Order of the Parliament.
Yeah.
And they have to go by the rules of the Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Fable was really speaking to one individual, that rule is a bit, that is wrong. But it's the way how she go about doing it, or saying it to Fable, that's not right.
Right. Yeah, she treated the woman with disdain. She treated her like a piece of garbage, like she talked to her gardener. That's how the people talk to gardeners, And that's how our help. And because she talked to the woman in front of the whole world, it was disgraceful the way she talked to her. And she thinks she meaning the speaker, thinks that she had a good job and she had, whatever, established the quorum or discipline and that thing. This is not her home. She must go do that to her house. Don't make us start talk about things we are going at the house, like how them talk about the bomb threat. The fake bomb threat. They make us talk about the fake bomb threat,
When there was no bomb threat at all.
No bomb threat at all. No bomb squad. No ambulance. And if it's a bomb threat, you take everybody out of the place and send them.
No evacuation.
No, none of that. Don't make us talk about that bomb threat and try and figure out what really happened there. We don't know what happened, but we know that it's not a bomb threat. And if you go back and look at the newspaper, they said the threat was that word to the effect that the threat was handled effectively and efficiently by the authorities. They take out the bomb. No, no bomb. No, they. We'll see what happens. Now, folks, here's what we're going to know. We'll jump at the program here. The icon. I mean, no Pastor Ricky have a lot to say about this. The icon put up some money and just like an overview. I can put up some money, I invest. I can run like thief. Forget the money there. Right? Train hard, run like thief, set world records, put Jamaica on a higher plane, and put Jamaica on the plane where Bob Marley did put it, and maybe even higher. Equal to or maybe even higher. And the man was a celebrity. The man was treated as a national hero, even though he's not designated as such. And the man said, listen, I'm going to put my money in Jamaica. He could have put that money with one of them financial houses, overseas. But the man said, no, I'm going to put my money with a local outfit. And then we all know the rest of the story. The icon, right after it happened, his lawyer sent out a demand letter, saying that if we don't get the money within 10 days, we are going to institute legal action or whatever them say them are going to do. The people responsible for the loss of the icon's money, them just say, my idiot, now pay them no mind. 2 years later, folks, nothing. And When it first happened, Jeffrey Tavares as my witness, I said to the icon, reach out to me. Reach out. We can hold on the phones and hold on people. And the icon said, "Sure, man, I listen to our brother, you know. Brother just chat.
Roll up in mode.
Roll up in mode, yeah. But here is the icon now. I'm going to play something. And it's kind of funny because what they did was they merged some things along with the Prime Minister. And it's just a funny skit. And then once I do that, I'm going to give you the blueprint icon so that you have a sense of who you're really dealing with and our capabilities, and that you should come around here. Not that you should... Pastor Ricky say if you fire your lawyer, then
I have to tell it like it is. My cash sugar.
Speak your truth. Speak your truth, my brother. Speak your truth. But we can put this on and hear the people. Those of you who have seen it, laugh along with us. Those of you who have never seen it, hold on to your belly. All right? You need back the money.
So how are you going to deal with that?
The government alone really can't do nothing about this. Is the answer.
The government is doing its part as much as it can.
I hope.
This is a different government that has set a higher bar, and persons expect
what?
That there will be a quick return.
Not now, go on.
Not now, go on.
No.
This is rubbish about nothing that's going on.
You can't say anything you want to say.
Of course.
That upset me.
That's my style.
You see, that's not the problem.
Meaning?
That's not the problem.
It's not just to go blame the government.
This happened to me and it's going to have it 2 years.
Yes, you are worried about your problem.
I can't say back a dime.
We don't have nothing to do with that.
You know the company, you know how old, so don't bother with it.
Sometimes I hear people talk and I really wonder if they know what they're talking about.
Don't bother with it. Find something else.
Who want to go listen to conspiracy and gossip, you go on your way.
All this money, Miss Nana, one person know about it.
You have to take some personal responsibility.
If me start speaking, I hurt Jamaica a lot.
That is not going to get you far.
Cut the foolish.
You don't have to take my word for it.
Sorry for Jamaica, but I forget about my money.
We cannot continue like that as a people.
People, me not get back my money. Me not get back my money, people.
Ratty, play it again.
Deal with that.
People.
Play it again, Ratty. Play it again.
It's embarrassing for a head of state, ahead of a country to find himself in this situation. It's embarrassing.
I know. All right, here we go, folks. Here we repeat by special request and popular demand.
I need back my money.
So how are you going to deal with that?
The government alone really can't do nothing about this. Is the answer.
The government is doing its part as much as it can.
I hope.
This is a different government that has set a higher bar, and persons expect
what?
That there will be a quick return.
Not now, go on.
Not now, go on.
No.
This is rubbish about nothing that's going on.
You can't say anything you want to say.
Of course.
That upset me.
That's my style.
You see, that's not the problem.
Meaning?
That's not the problem.
It's not just to go blame the government.
This happened to me and it's going to have it 2 years.
Yes, you are worried about your problem.
I can't say back a dime.
We don't have nothing to do with that.
You know the company, you know how old, so don't bother with it.
Sometimes I hear people talk and I really wonder if they know what they're talking about.
Don't bother with it. Find something else.
Who want to go listen to conspiracy and gossip, you go on your way.
All this money, Miss Nana, one person know about it.
You have to take some personal responsibility.
If me start speaking, I hurt Jamaica a lot.
That is not going to get you far.
Cut the foolish.
You don't have to take my word for it.
Sorry for Jamaica, but I forget about my money.
We cannot continue like that as a people.
People, me not get back my money. Me not get back my money, people.
Hello, this is not funny, you know. But honestly, whosoever did this video, very crafty.
Get an award. Get an award. No, people, you know, we're laughing, but it's a serious laugh.
Yeah.
It's a serious laugh. We're laughing because, you know, the interaction, the way the person was able to mesh what Bolt was saying with what the Prime Minister was saying, right? Because, of course, you know, it's two different situations, two different locations, two different topics that we're talking about. But somehow somebody craftily managed to put all of this together and give us a laugh about a very, very serious matter. Very serious matter. Pastor Ricky, as a good friend, Mystic would say, what says you, Pastor Ricky?
Well, before I give my statement or my comment, let me read what the definition of a criminal is. This is online for anybody that wants to go read it. Because when I speak as a preacher of righteousness, I don't sugarcoat the gospel. So when I come in social media space, I'm not sugarcoating nothing. I'm telling it like it is, but with facts. All right, the definition of a criminal is a person who has committed a crime Number one, committed a crime or has been convicted in a crime. The term criminal also is used as an adjective or to describe the acts or people related to a crime. Let me read it one more time because this is important that why when I speak, why I use certain descriptive adjective to describe people. A criminal is a person who has committed a crime or has been convicted in a court, for a crime. The term can be used also in an objective format to describe the acts. That means them not get convicted, but them commit the acts. Or people related to the crime that was committed, meaning more than one individual who commit the acts or commit a crime. So what I have to say to both, respect, was salute to greatness. Nobody can take that from you. World record said memories still linger in our minds and hearts. And you shouldn't have to wait 12 years to speak out. You're 12 years late, man. Honestly, I think your attorneys did you a disservice by it. Because every client is their attorney tell them, don't speak, let us speak for you. So after the 10-day that they initiate, if they didn't get a response from the government, they should have acted legally. Your money went into SSL to wire transfer from your WellGen company located in St. Lucia. And we have documents and record. Big up, Sir Byron in the space. Big up, Sir Melting Pot. Big up, Sir Rattigan. Big up, Sir Jeffrey. Big up, Father Lonesome. And every blogger, Andre Stevenson, big up yourself. Don't make them intimidate you, man. I don't know, you never met you, but I know you're just doing a wonderful job. So both money went into SSL wire transfer, not Jamaican currency, but US currency, 12.7 million. Meaning that if both transfer so much US currency at one time, and Sir Rattigan can back me up on this, and Sir Jeffrey, it hit the US banking SWIFT system. So that means the US is aware of funds being wire transferred over $10,000 or more. So the US is aware of this. Bull come out now in this clip with what he did with the fix and says if him not get back his money, him no want say nothing because it go hurt Jamaica. Well, Bull, we love Jamaica, all of us. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And you love Jamaica too. But right now, the only way you're going to get back your money is to have external, international investigators. And I would say use the feds, hire the feds or summons the feds, because reach out to the feds, because in SSL Ponzi scheme involves 31 million US dollars. Of all the account holders, the 200 plus account holders, $31 million. Now, both money went into SSL as we have evidence. Well, let's back it up a little. The Prime Minister, who's a criminal, joined SSL in 2008 based upon the act of what a criminal means. I personally can declare that he's a criminal. He joined SSL in 2008. According to documents that we have and we have reviewed, and it's well known because it's even on Zara Burton. Big up yourself, Zara Burton. Interview with his former lawyer, Patrick Bailey. He stated that the Prime Minister got a withdrawal from SSL in 2011 to help purchase the land where he lives right now with his Beverly Hills mansion. We realized when Daryl Valls came out and implicated himself in this story, and his son and his daughter-in-law and Borman, we didn't know about that the building was sold in 2013, a year after Boyd put in his money. So in the timeline that we went over last night, Boyd put in money in 2012. Mama P, Portia Simpson, Prime Minister Miller administration flagged SSL for financial irregularities in 2012. And we have the opinion that it's when boat money was stolen, taken out of SSL. The following year, to cover up their criminal tracks, Hugh Croskery sold the building to Borman. And since Vaz run out and taught these things, him need for produce documents, sales documents. We want to see the sales documents, the contracts, the invoice, the purchase order, how much it was sold for in 2013. Because that was a SSL building is the crime scene of the biggest heist in the history of Jamaica. SSL scandal is the biggest scandal in the history of Jamaica. And so if you sold the building a year after the boat money was stolen, investigation wasn't started yet. Why did you sell the building? Why did you sell it to Borman? And then why did Borman lease it back to you? Is it to cover up the trail of the investigators who was going to be investigating Bolt's money that was stolen? And so as you see the plot, you know, Sir Rattigan, I'm not a lawyer, you're a lawyer, big up yourself. But we know when lawyers are have a witness on the witness stand or a prosecutor, they're searching for the intent, why the person did what they did, why they have been apprehended and is now a suspect and is before the court. So the intent of Hugh Croskery to sell SSL in 2013, a year after boat money gets stolen and a year after the Portia Miller Simpson administration flagged SSL for financial irregularities and then lease back the building to himself. Borman leased it back to him was to cover up the trail from the investigators so they couldn't find the plot. So, and then on top of that, in 2018, SSL was placed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange after they were flagged by the government in 2012 of conducting financial irregularities and should never ever been on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. The FSC dropped the ball, the oversight, the irregularity, the financial irregularity body who issued a license for SSL. They should never have issued a license to go on the stock exchange. They should have taken away the license also for them to do any type of financial investments, and their Ponzi scheme would have never happened. If FSC had done that based upon the flag that Mama P, Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller administration issued in 2012, then the investigation would have started then and Bolt would have get back his money and he wouldn't have put 900,000 more into it and other money that he put into it, and other investors who came after Bolt would not have, because SSL would have been took off the market. So in 2018, SSL was allowed to be placed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange and to a reverse takeover by a music company called C2W that was having some issues and was about to, give up their place on the stock market. So SSL came in and took their place, which should never have happened. Then we know the Prime Minister got some money from SSL in 2012, which we went over last night. And then he got another withdrawal in 2021 when SSL was winding down based upon the IC report of $143,000. Listen, the criminal Prime Minister fingerprint, footprint, immoral bodies all over SSL. This is a crime scene. So them sell the building in 2013, which was wrong. Them lease it back to the original owner in 2013, which was wrong. I mean, look at the criminality and the mindset of these people. And then on top of that, in 2023, criminal Daryl Vaz says, and I take responsibility for that, I wasn't afraid of a guy because, like what the Dan Dada said, him a done for them, but him a done for I man or none of we who have facts and truth. So we stand on them ground there. But listen, in 2023, there was a transfer of the SSL building and assets over to Borman's daughter-in-law, who was married to Vaz's son. Now, Sir Rattigan, Sir Jeffrey, and everyone in the chat, let's be honest. SSL is a major crime scene development that occurred in 2012. It started the crimes that we know about. And if everyone knew about it when it collapsed in 2021, 2 years later, them transfer it and give it as a gift. And Derek Valsa, he wasn't aware of that. He learned that through public social media this week past. How is it that your son is going to inherit over a $300 million asset building where the biggest crime in the history of Jamaica took place, where the prime minister is involved with, who had an account in SSL, and your son gets so rich and your son never told you about the inheritance that his wife received? And once his wife received that inheritance, you know, in marriage, the Bible says you and your spouse are one. And so in the legal realms of the law, when there's a divorce, your spouse get half of what you have. So how is it that your son never communicated to you that his wife inherited SSL building an asset? And so Vaz implicated himself in the whole story, because we all been digging and talking about SSL privately and publicly, but we had no clue that Vaz's daughter-in-law and his son were the recipient and that inherited a crime scene building that defraud 200 account holders of over $4.5 billion in Jamaican currency, which include 31 million US dollars. And then now they want to hold one person accountable for this criminal act after Nigel Clark lied. First, he said in a press interview that this was the grand embezzlement SSL Ponzi scheme. Then he said, so if he knew that this was a grand embezzlement, which means it's a gross violation of financial fraud. And so if he knew that, but then got the Kroll report that he was there when Kroll and Associates signed the contract to investigate SSL. So he's aware that there is an investigation going on. And so when the investigation was completed and the report was submitted to him after he witnessed the signing of the contract, inviting international forensic auditor investigators from the UK, Kroll and Associate, they completed the investigation, completed the report, recommended prosecution. Nigel Clark was given the report along with the FSC and also the DPP, because she's the public, public prosecutor in Jamaica. So how is it Nigel Clark is going to get such a big report that he's been waiting for, the whole of Jamaica has been waiting for, and yet he put it on the back burner and said he forgot about it? Look at the schemes and the mindset of criminality happening right before our eyes unfolding. And so on top of that, them give the building SSL away. So when you put all of this together, it's a web of people, and it's the same people, because SSL didn't start just in 06. It's coming from Paul Cheng Young and Associates, which are the same players, the same Ponzi scheme that they were running with all along, defrauding people from
Pastor Richie.
Yes.
Pastor Richie, sorry to cut you. May I ask a question? Sure. The report you're talking about, was it that the report that they're saying that SSL was in trouble?
No, the Kroll report. I mentioned Kroll and Associate, the investigator.
No, but the report that they said that he put away was the report that the FSC gave to him and said to him that SSL has been in trouble from a long time. He put that away and said he couldn't find it.
Okay. I will have to go back and check. But my understanding was that the Kroll report was completed, and he also got a copy of the Kroll report along with the FSC and the DPP.
So there was two reports he got. The first one, where the FSC said that SSL is in trouble.
Right.
He did not come out to the nation and tell the nation about that. When they asked him about it, he said he didn't get it. Then he came back and said, "Oh, I found it was somewhere locked away."
Okay.
Drag your memory with that one.
Yeah, I'll go back and double check that one.
Yeah, Pastor Ricky, hold on a second. The report Jeffrey's talking about is the one where in fact the gentleman who sent it to him, the name on the document is a gentleman who used to work for him, for Mr. Nigel Clark, Dr. Nigel Clark, over at the Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
And he went over to FSC.
Right.
And he sent it two ways. He sent it by courier and he sent it by, I think, email.
Email, yes.
And so when they asked Dr. Clark about it, he said, well, you know, lots of things going on here. I don't, I have people working for me, and so I don't get to see everything. Yeah. And then he was saying that he can't find it. And then he came out and said he spent a weekend going through his effects at work, and he located it. But it was too late. The damage had
right. The damage
was
because
sorry, Dr. Richie. They knew. It's not that they know, they knew SSL has been in trouble.
Right.
But what they're trying to do was to cover up that the FSC report.
Right.
The FSC did tell them.
Right.
And they put a blind eye to it because the guy that Mr. Rattigan spoke about answers to Nigel Clark. The FSC answers to Nigel Clark and the Honest Administration.
Right. Because they're in his office, the finance ministry. Right, but they knew SSL was in trouble from 2012 when the Portia Simpson Miller administration flagged SSL for financial irregularities. So it's not a matter that they didn't know; they knew all along. But in 2018, the prime minister, who was prime minister in 2018, he was not prime minister in 2012 when Mama P them flagged it, but in 2018. He was the prime minister, so he should never ever, but because he had an account in SSL and because he received money from SSL, then he, in 2012 and in 2011, he went along with the scheme to allow them to be placed on the Jamaica's Stock Exchange. So even the Jamaica Stock Exchange executive, chairman, president, whoever the person was at the time, I don't remember, should have known that this Ponzi scheme was flagged in 2012 for financial irregularities. And so they allowed this building to be now given as a gift to cover up more of the crime. So you think, boy, big up yourself again, but it's a mess, it's a web, and your lawyers, with all due respect, they dropped the ball on you, and right now you're not going to get back your money from a Jamaica in local space. You're only going to get back your money if you involve the U.S. government. You can either reach out to the DOJ, Department of Justice, or you can have your attorneys reach out to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, or like Sir Rattigan said, reach out to him. He have connections and can link you up. So I turn it back over to you, Sir Rattigan.
Sir, if I may, what we must also remember. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ratty.
Hold on a second. I have online here Mystic Sensation, who's watching the program, and he said that he wants to add some things to everything that we've said. Brother Mystic, welcome to Reason, Miss Rattigan. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, big up, Sir Byron.
To the panel and to all the persons who tune in. Right, big respect. We love you, right, and we're thankful for the energy that's being offered by you guys. Continue to follow the programs. Yes, as it relates to the report that Jeffrey spoke about, I'm just bringing light and awareness that Nigel Clark suppressed both reports. Both reports he suppressed. He suppressed the first report as it relates to FSC, right? The first report that was sent to him, and where he said that he was not in receipt of that until later. He came and said he found it in his cabinet, amongst other documents. He suppressed that report. Also, after Kroll completed the investigation, right, Nigel Clark suppressed the detail of the report and provide what he called a consolidated report. Right? So the detail of Crow report has been suppressed, right? And they nitpick in terms of what they want to give to people. Because remember, in the Crow report, as it relates to the investigators of Crow, right, they made recommendation for persons to be charged.
Right.
In the consolidated report, right, you're not going to see any of that. You'd have to find that, right, in the original report done by Crow, the comprehensive report. So from a comprehensive report to a consolidated report, right? So both reports have been suppressed, not only by Nigel Clark, but the entire JLP administration, right? Because they don't want people to have a fully understanding of what is going on, right? So I am just calling to just say that, to just have that spice and have that awareness on the panel. Thank you.
All right, my brother.
Thank you very much, because I thank you very much, because I knew the suppressed one, but I didn't realize that they suppressed the other one also, Byron. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, they did.
Well, let me just say that Tyrone in the chat said I must write a letter to the IMF about Dr. Clark. Everybody I read my mind today, you know. Everybody I read my mind, and I have to go watch myself now, because I think I give it too much of this thing, you know, because Tyrone, that is exactly what we have a. Yeah. I won't say much more than that. A good point.
But Mr. Rattigan, doesn't the managing director of the IMF is immune? He has some immunity thing.
I don't know about the immunity thing, but I know that if you commit a crime, if you committing a crime in Jamaica, and I'm not saying that the minister has or has not, I'm just saying committing a crime in Jamaica and getting a job overseas, it doesn't mean that you cannot be prosecuted. Exactly. And especially if it's a financial crime where the money is touching the SWIFT system.
Right.
Yes, but based on what I read on the IMF website, the managing director of the IMF, and anybody can correct me on this if I'm wrong, is immune of prosecution until he leaves office.
So if he commits murder, you're saying that he can commit murder and just stay the same
until he leaves office.
I don't think nobody's above the law. Nobody's above.
Yeah, we have to check that out. Let's put a.
But hold on. Did you remember the IMF guy who was there before, who had committed some crime?
Yeah,
and they couldn't prosecute until he leaves office.
I don't know if I don't remember when they prosecute him. That's a guy who they accused him of raping or trying to rape a housekeeper in one of the fancy hotels in Manhattan. I don't remember the details of that case, but we'll look into that, Jeffrey. Somebody also, my first-hand experience with Freemasons asked who paid Kroll, and Kroll, if you recall, it was subsidized. That investigation was subsidized by the British government. Kroll is a British concern. It's a British company, and the British government said, okay, we will pay some of the money. I think most of the money was paid by the British government and some paid by the Jamaican government. And then Kimon was asking whether Adam Vaz was arrested at the airport in 2010 and the case disappeared. Kimon, I wish I could tell you more about that or anything about that. I don't know about that case. I'll ask somebody to look into it to see if it's true or not. Now, here is my take on this whole thing, right? Pastor Ricky has given you a historical perspective on how this thing came about, where it came from, the players involved, what they did, and how they conducted themselves and their interactions with others. Jeffrey talked about a report that was stifled, was choked, that people never got a chance to see it, and then Misty called in and talked about 2 reports. Here's my thing now to the Icon. Icon, listen. You know me spend 30 years of my life, right, Icon? And me never spend it there, I sweep the floor, Icon. Me spend it there, do real investigation. Me spend it there, lock up people. Me spend it, rub shoulders with influential people, diplomats. In fact, one point, I was a diplomat. overseas for years, many years. So there's certain things that I'm aware of. I know my strengths, I also know my weakness. And for my weakness, I've assembled a team. I have a team of people, Icon. We have people who can do forensic auditing. Their job is to follow money and see where the money go, where it came from, who it went to, the mode, the method, the means of getting to that destination, and where the money is right now. We have people with that white collar investigations and investigators. We have people, this is their specialty, right? We have people when it comes to interviewing. I know there's one person I know right now. This guy is probably the best interviewer I've ever met. And keep in mind that the FBI sent me to a school, Reed School, to learn interviewing and interrogation techniques, which I used. And this man is way ahead of me. This man get trained by some serious intelligence agencies. And as you know, the FBI is also considered an intelligence agency, but he got training beyond the FBI. We have him. We have people with the ability to do background checks. No care where you're there in the world. We have people who can do what they need to do. We won't go into details. They do what they need to do and find out everything about you. Right? And some of you watching the program, you know it's true. You know it's true because in the car, Rattigan. You know it's true. Right? You know it's true. We have people here who have the ability, and Jeffrey going to laugh at this one, to do deep dive investigations. We have people here. We have people here.
The real people who can do the deep dive.
Yes, the people who do the deep dive, not the people who say that they can do the deep dive and then them go to the people and do the deep dive. We are talking to people who are do the actual deep dive. It was just yesterday me I talked to this team member. We have people who can do that. We have people who know how to work assets, sources, to get information. There's a skill involved in this. Believe me, people. There's a skill. You know, just get up and just go do things like that. There's a skill, and these people are part of my team. Now, I've worked overseas. I've worked here. And like I said, there are certain things that have come to my attention. Now, there are certain things that I can never, ever reveal. I have to take them things to my grave. There are certain things I just have to take to my grave. I may just know that. But there are certain things that I can actually use. Certain skill sets that I can actually use. And so, this idea of getting a cruel report, we're going to go beyond the cruel report. I can them take 12.75 million, and them left you with $12,040 something. I can, for you, the 200 people them are the 200 accounts, people who own the 200 accounts, the country of Jamaica, the reputation of Jamaica, brand Jamaica, bring the 12 grand of them left you with. We will start with that. Trump changed that for we, because the man them when me talk to them don't really come at the table and they say attack big bucks for do what them do. Right? And so when you come with 12 grand, it's like an insult. But are my people them. We have a team, Icon. We have a team who can follow the money. Now, Pastor Ricky mentioned it. I think Jeffrey alluded to it. You have a compromised crime scene in Jamaica. Yes. Or you had. We had stolen evidence. But there are some things that you cannot hide, and that's why we follow the money. People don't walk around with millions of dollars in a suitcase. That's something where yesteryear, decades ago, it's wire transfers. It's all kind of electronic means of moving money. It's even Bitcoins. And believe it or not, we have somebody on our team who's a Bitcoin expert. So, may I tell you, Icon, may I tell you this? I'm going to tell you this from the bottom of my heart. Brand Jamaica, you are the first to come on and set Brand Jamaica right. Don't worry about mashing up Brand Jamaica. Jamaica will rise like the phoenix from the ashes. But we have to get the ashes. We have to get that. We have to burn down certain things. And there will be people after you and me. We are going to make Jamaica rise again. I hope to see it in my lifetime, and I believe it will happen. But the idea that you say, I don't want to hurt Jamaica.
Jamaica's already hurt.
Look at what they're doing to you.
Indeed.
Look at what they're doing to you and the two people who own the 200 accounts. Because I don't know if one person might own 6 accounts. I don't know.
But Mr. Rattigan, if I may, sir, we must also remember NHT and the NIS, $2 billion of taxpayers' money. And you hear nothing about it.
And Banana Board also.
And Banana Board. And you would have believed that a caring prime minister who get intel that the money was that the company gonna go collapse belly up, would have said to his ministers, take out taxpayers' money.
Right.
Yet he's so caring, and he promised Portia Simpson Miller in the parliament that I am a poor people defender too. And nothing has been done. $2 billion of taxpayers' money gone like a salmon mouth.
But hold on, D. Murray, sometimes we see some people make some comments on the chat. I'm here for ask, D. Murray, do you remember at one point there was talk about splitting the FBI into MI5, MI6? Do you remember that? This was after 9/11, you know. And the FBI is still there. So why do you think that because we have a change of president now that it's going to suddenly disintegrate? Don't think like that, D. Murray. D. Murray, ask the questions. Don't come out and make statements. If you have a question for ask D. Murray regarding the FBI, I am here. I am here. I was there for 30 years. I was here from 1987 to 2017. I was there, D. Murray. Ask me the question. And if there's a question that I can answer, I will answer you. There are some questions that I cannot and I will never answer. I'm sworn to secrecy. And that part of my brain, they lock up, by the way. So you call me, you remember nothing. I just say, I don't recall. I don't remember. Some things you just cannot ever, never, ever mention. Right?
Yeah.
And I just said, go. So, D. Murray, people like D. Murray, I understand that there's a tendency you want to know certain things, but you have to be careful. You have to be skillful at how you ask questions. Don't make statements. Just ask questions, and if the questions can be answered, they'll be answered. If they cannot be answered, frankly, I'll tell you that I can't answer that question, right? But here's what happened now, Icon. Icon, you see, from you, Icon, you see the passion, you know. Me see the disappointment in your face when you say, boy, people may not get back my money. Me see it. You know, you get to the breaking point now. You need for calm because Icon, me I tell you this, Icon, you say, once you come and join our crew, you come with us. And we go out and we make the statement say, no, we are represent you, Icon. Your money are gonna come like you wouldn't believe it, Icon. It have to come because guess what, Icon? We know the steps to take. You hear them talk about FBI's in Jamaica and it's nonsense.
Yeah.
Icon, we know how to get the FBI in Jamaica because most of the people with on my team, Icon, are FBI agents them. Most of the team, they retired, but the FBI agents, them. Most of them, we know the ins and the outs. And a lot of them, they worked overseas. Some of them, they conducted overseas investigations. They know how these things work, Icon. They know how to establish jurisdiction. And by the way, Icon, when we're going to bring your case, guess what we are going to bring your case now for lock up people? We're not bringing no case in Jamaica. Because once you touch a fast system, we have jurisdiction anywhere. Guess where we are taking your case, go? We are taking take it to federal court and we are taking it to the most aggressive federal district called the Southern District of New York. Them charge everything. Them charge everything. Them have a little issue right now are going with the mayor and things like that. But you know them, but them people take your money, them are not the mayor, you know. Them people don't care. And believe me, and like Jamaica with the DPP or the ODPP though, where them have a dismal a dismal prosecution rate, you know, right? Our conviction rate is the Southern District is not like that. Go back and look. The Southern District, when they carry you go to court, they have a 90% chance of conviction.
Yeah.
90% chance. So when they've done them investigation, you know, you done. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Let me ask this question, though, Mr. Rattigan. Based on what we're seeing, they refuse to let the Kroll report come public. Usain Bolt is crying for his money, so he has never received, you know, get back nothing. The DPP now is saying that she's going to prosecute the case. Is there a case to be prosecuted?
No, but she's prosecuting the case against one person. She said she's still waiting for a report to look at it like a syndicate type of thing and charge a whole bunch of people. She said she's ready to prosecute Miss Spanton. That's what she said. Yeah. So, you know, I can't me don't know what else to do. Me don't know what else to tell you. Me come out and me say it in a veiled way. Me say it in an open way. Me say I can call me. Enough people know to reach me, you know. I know people are reach me. People are calling me from Jamaica and say I cannot call you yet. Listen, no,
you know, in other words, people, when Mr. Rattigan said ICAN, he's saying to Usain Bolt, get in contact with Mr. Rattigan as soon as possible. Anybody who know Usain Bolt, tell him to get in contact with Wilfred Rattigan. They can trace where his money went.
Yeah, man. And we're not only looking for the money, you know. We're looking for the perpetrators because we want to put all of them.
And also taxpayers $2 billion. The NHT money and the NIS money.
And when the FBI start, Sir Rattigan and Sir Jeffrey and everyone in the chat, them are gonna leave no stone unturned. You think SSL alone, them are gonna deal with. Them are gonna deal with every Ponzi scheme of money. Them are follow. Cause the same players them involved in all of the Ponzi scheme.
And,
so I'm gonna go right back to Admat, Sir Rattigan.
And then you know what, Jeffrey? Jeffrey, and then we are gonna know if Dr. Clark have immunity. Because Dr. Clark, they're in Washington, D.C. And when them say, knock on that door and say, come to Papa.
And as a matter of fact, you know, you have been warning him, said, don't want to get too comfortable.
Yes. So the Kroll report, we can't get that. We can't get that. But what we have to do, you have to have a complainant. You have to have a client. You have to have somebody who says, look, I've been wronged. I need you guys to help me to right that wrong. We can't go out and just do them things up on our own. You have to have somebody who come and say, okay, yes, move forward. I'm consulting with you guys. Give me an update. I'm hiring you guys, whatever. And then once the ICAN give you the go ahead, you know. Once the ICAN give, when you go down there, see me back on the program after the ICAN give you the word, you know. Because I work where I work, no.
So, Mr. Rattigan.
Afterwards.
So, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah.
If a team of Jamaicans who has money both in NHT and have money both in NIS approach you and say, listen to me, we have put our money in NHT hoping that we can get one of those poor people's house. But we have proof that nothing came out of SSL with our money. The banana board money went down the drain too. If they approach you, sir, do they have a case to investigate?
Well, that's the first. That's the first step. The first step is that they have to make the approach. And once they make the approach and we sit down with them and we start saying, okay, tell us what you know, who's involved, when it happened. And then we start collect the information from there. Then we move from there. And then we can, at that point, once we collect the thing, we can say, yes, you have a case, or no, you don't have a case. Because also, we have people that we work with in Jamaica too. It's not just here. You know, we have people that we work with in Jamaica. And believe me, people, me tell you, say, that because of what's been going on with China, right? Because what's going on with China, right? That the Prime Minister is on unsteady ground right now.
And nice.
Nice.
Sir, let me ask you a question. Wouldn't it be better to approach it from recovering the US $31 million from SSL? Then that will unfold the other players from NHT, NIS, the banana. So I think that the FBI probably would be enticed to get involved because of the U.S. currency. What do you think?
Yeah, you start with the squeaky. Them say the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? The squeaky wheel gets the grease, and that's where we start. You start with the squeaky. You start with the squeaky wheel, and then you move from there, because you can't spread yourself too thin. You have to be focused, and right now the focus would be on SSL, the 200 accounts, including Bolt's account. And then you go from there. So what happened is that if people come and say, look, we have suffered a loss and so on and so forth, then we're fine. So Freedom will give me advice that don't talk too much more. I'm going to stop right there. So because I'm going to leave it like that to say, Icon, we have a team ready. I've spoken to people. We're ready to go. Give me a call. We'll move the ball. The ball not going to stay up on the ground at one place. We're going to move the ball and then we'll go from there. So, all right, people. And remember this, you know. Want to remember this. When the citizens of a nation deem their most accomplished thieves as the most electable, then they lose the right to complain when theft becomes their national creed. So, like that. We can't.
I think you should read it the other way around, you know.
But, well, what? Read it from it the other way around.
No, man, like what Pastor Richie said.
Oh, criminal. But no, we have things set up. We have somebody joining us at we have somebody joining us in about another 18 minutes or so. You know what? Let me play this one here. Let me wait there. You send me something, Jeffrey.
What did I send you?
You send me something, but let me just play this one. This one that caught my attention recently. Listen to this, folks.
To spend my money here so that my Jamaican people can get it. But when I came here, I was sorry that I made the house. It's like a nightmare. Every day I get up, it's like I'm in a dream. What is going on in this country with this crime and violence? The Prime Minister is not connecting with the people of Jamaica. He must now do something. We are all living in fear. Thank you, my friend. I'm born and grew in Westmoreland? Born and grew in Westmoreland. Went to some sharp teachers' college. And this country has entirely changed, my friend. We do not know what happened. It's a new generation or what? We are living in fear. There's no law, there's no order in this country.
So what you heard happened down here in Little London?
Yesterday, I have problem with the police, but I won't say anything. I personally, but I won't go further. But yesterday was the same thing that happened. They robbed in Little London, and everybody starts scrambling to go in their home. Every shop starts to close. Today now is Friday. Yesterday was Thursday, today is Friday, and it's the same thing happened. Look how early they close. Look how early all the shops close. Everybody is living in fear, my friend.
See there? Everybody is living in fear. And they did mention that the other day, the police, they mentioned that, I think it was a police or some official mentioned that one of the factors is not just, one of the factors beyond the statistics is the fear factor. And that's palpable. It's real. People really are fearful about going out, doing things that they would normally do because of what's going on. Anyway, keep that in mind. I'm going to show you something. And tell me, I want you to tell me when you see wrong with this picture. It's a picture, right? Tell me what's wrong with this picture. Here we go. Let me big it up there. Put Kevin there. Let's see if I can big it up one more time. Yeah.
Not too much. You're not taking out the thing. Okay, there you go.
Is that good?
Yeah, man, that's good.
All right. I'll give you 10 seconds to look at that picture and tell me what's wrong with that picture.
I'm looking at. May I say something, Mr. Rattigan?
Don't say anything, Jeffrey. Don't say anything. Jeffrey, get yourself. Don't say anything. Tell me what's wrong with that picture, people.
Okay, continue. The Jamaican flag is there.
Oh, that's Jeffrey. Jeffrey, quiet. Don't comment. Let the people them look and tell what's wrong with the picture. All right. Let me see. I know. Charmaine. Freedom Tells. Serene. Donald. Nicola. Let's see who else. I'll get Jeffrey Worrell. I'll give him it to come. I think I know him. I go. Chris, Kishendo, Veronica, TM Rose, Sam Allen, Cynthia be funny. Come on, Cynthia be. Simonesh, George, Karine, Andrea, Calligraphy, Ingrid, Barrington.
Somebody right now 28.
Stay tight, Nigel. Who's that? Loxley. C. Fisher, Kishendo. All right, hold on, no seat. Sonia, Pauline, Sylvia, Fruit the Pond, Living Life, Bernal. I'm not keeping no man. I can't keep up with the thing. All right, hold on, no seat. All right, folks, our esteemed Prime Minister, the man with 28 bank accounts, the man who will take the Integrity Commission to court to get rid of certain aspects of the law regarding illicit enrichment and investigations of that nature. The man with the problem up at Beverly Hills with the house. I see reports of that. The man that was investigated, Westcon, and a whole range and list of things. The man is missing. We're paying him to represent us. People, this is the CARICOM Heads of State meeting, you know. CARICOM in Barbados. Look on the date, February 19th to the 21st. It ended yesterday. Now, if you recall, there was a Commonwealth Heads of State meeting in Samoa. You never go. It wasn't unusual for a prime minister not to go, but it was peculiar for him not to go at this point in time. He never go. I can explain that later on, but he never go. This thing here now, he was in Jamaica, you know. Our prime minister was in Jamaica, you know, when this started, you know. He did not show up for the opening ceremony. See the opening ceremony. Who represent Jamaica? Who represent Jamaica?
Your favorite minister.
See, all right, now you're back, right? That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's
and if I may, Mr. Rattigan.
See, yeah.
And if you go down to your right.
Yes.
Go down to your right. No, your left, sorry, your left.
Where, yeah.
Go down. Stop right there.
Yeah.
That is the premier of the Cayman Islands. And Cayman is an associate member of CARICOM.
And in there.
And she was there.
Yeah, sorry, it's a lady, yeah. She's here. See her, yeah?
Is it?
Yeah.
That's Julia Connolly.
Talk the things, Jeffrey. Talk the things.
She was there. And the Jamaican Prime Minister was never there. Well, only the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Yes, she can represent him. But it's the opening ceremony. Comrade Wolf Gonzalez was there. Other leaders of CARICOM was there. And this is not the first time this Prime Minister missed CARICOM meetings and only send the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Jeffrey, guess who else was there?
Go ahead.
Baroness Patricia Scotland was there, and I heard that she was sitting next to my favorite minister whom she defeated for the Deputy General position of the Commonwealth. Me hear things, you know, girlfriend.
That same lady said she don't know chat.
That's one. She said to that lady, she said that when they asked her to if she would withdraw her candidacy, she said that would never happen. She went to lose. But I heard that Baroness Patricia Scotland was there. I also hear that the Prime Minister didn't go to the opening ceremony. He came late. He came I think he came the following day.
The following day.
Show up late for some function, right? And act like nothing happened. Act like theme, make party, you know? And I go on and I might ignore people. And I heard that when the cameras come in the room and things like that, him start hug the position. Me say him did it and him talk up some things, you know. People, here is the constant refrain in the CARICOM organization. And I'm getting this, but I'm not saying where I get it from. But they're saying he does not believe in CARICOM. That is what I'm hearing. That they're saying he does not believe in CARICOM. And so the question they're asking is, and some of these people here, you know, they might talk to me and they say, we want you to ask. Some of these people in attendance, they might talk to me and them say, we want you to ask. When we read them say, we want you to ask, will he support the mandate of CARICOM? Because we don't believe that he's going to. How committed will he be? There's a bank, AfriXM, I think the bank is called. There's a bank that's working with I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it, but they say, has Jamaica signed on? Everybody else has signed on, and Jamaica, them say, has Jamaica signed on? We also heard that Trinidad has signed an agreement to have military boots, U.S. military boots on ground because of the crime problem. We don't know where Jamaica is going with that, if Jamaica is going down that road. We know that Jamaica is seen as a transshipment point, one of the best transshipment points, and that the cartel, two cartels actually, they're benefiting and they're refusing to give up. And that's why you see the quantities of drugs, guns, and ammunition you see in Jamaica, because they're trying to defend their turf, because the United States has declared war. No, this present administration has declared war against the cartels. And the cartels, they have a firm foothold in Jamaica. And I was also told that the drugs and the guns and the ammunition flowing through Jamaica, heavy connections. Them said, I know nobody come from down. Well, we know this. Nobody come from down, which part Pastor Ricky come from, where me come from, where you come from, Jeffrey, involved in this. These are big people things. That's what I was told, that at the highest levels, them things are going.
The people of the boom vavon, the boom vavin.
Boom vavin. Yeah, that's
yes.
It, right? Yes.
The people of the boom vavon, boom vavin.
I can't say it like you, man. You sound like you can't say it like you. Just say boom vavin. But remember now, people, in 2016, our Prime Minister said, and by the way, if you don't notice, when I say our Prime Minister, I don't mean it facetiously. I mean it actually directly, because whoever occupies that position represents all of Jamaica. He's not the JLP Prime Minister, he's not the PNP Prime Minister, he's the Prime Minister of Jamaica. If you don't like him, then you don't know what to do. Right? If you don't get tired of him and if you think him too partisan, you don't know what to do. In fact, I'm going to show you how way there. Like this. No, like that. Hold on there. No, like that. I can't find it. I move it. Where it says that if you elect criminals, then don't complain. Not saying the Prime Minister is criminal, but I'm saying that there's some criminal activities going on around him. You know, Integrity Commission mentioned that, you know, so we can pull up the report. So
Auditor General report say $3 trillion.
Right. So remember that in 2016, what did he say in 2016 regarding national security? Him say we don't have no crime plan. We have a national security plan, and one of the premier points of our plan, one of the highest priorities in our plan, is to protect our borders. That him say, and then when go do buy boat, buy plane, buy helicopter. I'm surprised he never buy submarine too. But him buy all of them things there. Some people that tell me say, I know them not see the plane. They must see the plane fly nowhere at all.
The plane is parked up by upper camp though.
Right. Well,
I've seen the plane.
Plane should not park up. Plane should not fly.
Well,
right?
maybe the plane fly him to Barbados.
Well, and what is Capricorn Igneous? I said Marco Rubio want him. We'll get to the letter. We'll get to the letter. Get to the meeting between them. But Plan Secure Jamaica was supposed to work. And yet still, what have we seen since Plan Secure Jamaica, sorry. We see a tremendous amount of drugs flowing into Jamaica. And even though them people them say you can't, we have tight security, we have scanners, we have this and that at the ports and the airport, people still are send guns and ammunition, everything through there, as if there's no security there. So I want to ask him, and I want to ask the Minister of National Security, what happened to the money? Was it the 1.something billion US dollars with them say they must spend from this? What happened to that money to secure Jamaica's borders? What happened to Jamaica's borders are like a piece of sieve. Like a piece of sieve. People just come and people just go. People come, people go. Drugs come, drugs flow through. Guns, ammunition, not to mention, other things, other contraband coming and going.
Trafficking too. So.
And trafficking, yes.
And not to mention people that's coming to our shores. At one point, a Chinese submarine was off the coast of Jamaica. And some Chinese came into one local dinghy. Came onto the port downtown Kingston, jumped the wall, and can go back and whatever. And there was no security there, nobody around them.
Right.
Not to mention a plane load of Indians came into Jamaica, was allowed to parade downtown Kingston. And you hear nothing from this government.
Well, you know what, Jeffrey? Remember them find over 100 bombs, pipe bombs?
Pipe bombs, yes.
300?
320.
Yeah. How that coming at the island with Plan Secure Jamaica? We are secure the borders. How that coming?
Ask the Minister of National Security and Injustice.
He must sleep, man.
We haven't seen him in a while.
He's been sleeping.
He's sleeping, He has been awakening us yet. Remember, Jamaica has 3 stooges in Mr. Rattigan.
Yes.
Curly, Larry, and Mo.
Yes.
Curly is the Prime Minister. Larry is the Commissioner of Police. And Mo is the Minister of National Security. Curly, Larry, and Mo. 3 stooges.
Right, well, more good, because more say more money. So
no, Mo soon gone. Trump soon get rid of Mo. Watch, on the fasten the seatbelt.
All right, folks, here's what happened now. It's 4:59, and we have our first guest. Her name is Stacey Knight, and I'm sure some of you will associate the last name with a very, very distinguished Jamaican national, Mr. KD Knight, who is her father. Now, we in the promo, and I have to apologize during the promo, we'll put out that her name is Stacey, S-T-A-C-Y. That's incorrect. It's S-T-A-C-E-Y. And we also put up a double barrel name, and I was given the understanding not too long ago that the double barrel name is now a single barrel name. For whatever reason, we will not delve into that. But Miss Stacey Knight, show your face, please, and get on the camera when we can bring you on now, please. I'm big up with people so we can talk up the things. She has to connect her mic and cam before. Okay. Let me see if I can get there. People, believe me, we have some more things that we have to talk about. We have some things that we are going to give you the benefit of our experience and knowledge.
I think Miss Nat have to go back and come back in, Mr. Rattigan, and allow her mic and camera.
Okay, she heard you. She heard you. So we have some things that we'll talk about because our Prime Minister here, man, is letting us down. And you remember what he said? You get what you pay for, and that the political class is underpaid. So I'm wondering, because he didn't take the increase, is that why I feel like him don't have to show up and represent? Because I'm saying, well, I'm not being paid adequately, but that is not the fault of the Jamaican people, sir. You argued and you shepherded the laws through Parliament so the pay raise would take effect. And then once the pay raise took effect, you say, I don't want it.
Become a proud man.
Yes.
I mean, if you have 28 bank account and how much company and money, $473 million here, there, and everywhere, it would be greedy to take it.
Well, greed knows no bounds. Because, I mean, really, greed knows no bounds. So, yes, here she is. Miss Stacey Knight, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good to have you.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here and to your guests and your listeners.
God bless you.
Okay, good. No, I just did a quick introduction, and a lot of people here, some people here, I can tell that they know who you are, they know your position because they said they saw you elsewhere. But a lot of people here, they've never heard of you, they've never seen you. And so I would like to take this opportunity for you to take the opportunity to just kind of give us a sense of who is Stacey Knight.
All right. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. Yes, I am Stacey Knight. Well, first of all, right now, the role and position that causes me to be on your program is that I am the PNP's MP caretaker for St. Andrew Northeastern. That means I am the PNP's candidate who will be running in the next election on the ballot for St. Andrew Northeastern, otherwise known as Northeast St. Andrew. That's the constituency that covers the Barbican and Waterloo divisions. Who am I? I am an attorney at law. I am an educator. I am a mother of two, a daughter, family member, lover of God, and a woman who is interested in seeing better for Jamaica. Really want to represent people's interests. When people talk about their member of parliament, a lot of them don't really see that person as being their advocate. And that is what I want to change. I want people to understand that as their member of parliament, I am, well, as your member of parliament, I am your representative. That means when I go into parliament, I am representing your issues. I'm speaking on the things that matter to you and what you have told me that is important to you. That's who I am. I have been an attorney for the last 12 years. And during these 12 years, I have advocated in many courtrooms on behalf of many persons. So I'm taking this advocacy now from a one-on-one for one client to advocating on behalf of the 21,650 persons on the voters list for the constituency of St. Andrew Northeastern.
This night, let me just say I applaud your advocacy, and I applaud the advocacy of anyone who has the Jamaican people's interest at heart. And let me just take the opportunity to say to people that I've invited PNP, JLP, UIC, and all of the political parties. I've invited them to come on this program, and if they show up, they show up. And if they don't show up, they don't show up. But the party must go on. I'm going to interview whoever shows up here. Not interview. I'm going to reason with whoever shows up here, and that's what we're doing now. No, Ms. Knight, one quick question from me. You have been an advocate for individuals in court for 12 years. What was the trigger? What was the turning point that brought you to the realization that, you know what, I think I need to go out and serve a broader, wider community as opposed to individuals?
All right. Well, I live in the constituency of St. Anne Northeast, and I've been working in the political space in that constituency for just about a decade. During that time, we have had several elections, local and general elections, meaning parliamentary as well as, local government council election. And on the last election, after the last election, when I had worked as a manager of one of the polling stations, I really recognized that a lot of people don't know what they are voting for. There's an ignorance. I don't, not insulting it, but ignorance in that a lack of information to people about what they're voting for and why they're voting. Why do I say this? When I see the turnout at the polling stations, it is woefully low. Less than 40% of the electors in the constituency where I live, where I've been living virtually all my life. When I see that less than 40% of the people turn out to vote, and therefore the person who wins the election is really representing the 25% of people that voted for them, and realize it's time for a change. It's time for people to understand. And so my platform is an information platform, an education platform. I am about explaining to people what it is that you are voting for. That is not just about jumping up in an orange shirt or a green shirt, because a lot of the electors leave it to the few that are willing to put on the color shirt and think that, okay, those are the people who are responsible for electing my member of parliament. And no, it shouldn't be like that. So I am here to speak to people all over my constituency. There are over 100 communities, and I have been touring the communities and talking to people, explaining to them what it is about, not just giving handouts. It's not about giving handouts. It's about people understanding the role and telling me what are their issues, so that when I get to Parliament on their behalf, I can be advocating for what it is that they want. That's what it's about, not just jumping up in ray in colored shirts.
Okay. I'll turn it over to my fellow panelists. We have Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, whom I believe you know. And we have Pastor Ricky, the man who no hold back, the man who just tell it like it is. So, gentlemen, Miss Knight is here.
Hi,
Please
Pastor
go ahead.
Ricky.
God bless you. Praise the Lord.
Ricky, you want to go ahead, or you want Jeffrey to go?
I yield to Sir Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Miss Knight, good night. Well, good evening to you and why should I say my men? Well,
am I having some technical problem? I think
are you hearing me? No, we're seeing you. We're seeing you. Yes, we're seeing you.
It looks like it's freezing up on my end here.
Yeah, we're seeing you. I want to say good evening to Sir Katie Knight, who I know may be in the background listening up. So, Knight, thank you for your service to this nation and your service as an attorney at law to many Jamaicans who wanted some of your services. My question to you, Miss Knight, is this: you are going up against a stalwart in politics, a man who is the Minister of Justice. What makes you think, what makes you think that you stand a chance with him? Miss Knight?
Yeah, I think she's having some technical difficulty. Miss Knight, if you can hear us. Kevin, where you there?
I think he's coming from her end.
You might have to repeat your question when she comes.
Yes.
Kevin just wrote to me and said that he's having struggling with internet connectivity.
Okay.
So, yeah, Kevin won't be able to help us right now. So those of you who at this point in time would say to me, hey, Rattigan, call Kevin. Kevin won't be able to help. So we'll just have to struggle through this. Miss Knight, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you. I would suggest that you kindly go out and oh, she did. Okay.
If not, I was gonna suggest maybe she can call in on the phone while her picture is on the screen. What do you think? If it doesn't work out,
right.
Yeah, because I think I also do that at one point. Yeah. Well, wherever you listen to us from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, I think we're Mr. Rattigan program now is this is Reason with Rattigan with Wilfred Rattigan, the host of this program. I'm Jeffrey Tavares from the Mequitar program, and Pastor Ricky, rather. Sorry, Pastor Ricky. I keep on saying Richie. Pastor Ricky.
I always say Richie.
Well, I'm thinking about money, so I think you have the money. You know, that's
Mega what tell me must call OT, but Mega, me can't keep me finish OT, man. OT I don't them have I don't think them have a word. Your woman's, them have your man's work. But I mean, man, me no want pressure OT. OT might just run with me. OT might say me never no sir. This is too much.
I didn't sign on for this at all.
Right.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Rattigan.
They were waiting on her to return. We have a lot of things. You know what, Kevin, I have to go call him, because I should have taken at least an hour at Kevin time, but because while we're waiting on Miss Knight to come back, let me see if I can jump on to something else. All right. Yeah. Where is it? Hold on 1 second there. Oh, by the way, folks, check this out. Don't forget, tonight, Eastern Portland Cocktail Gala. Mr. Buchanan cordially invites you to a black tie event tonight from 7. Is it 7? From 7 to 10, I believe. So we're asking to go and support him. Hold on 1 second. The producer called me. Jeffrey, Pastor Ricky.
Yes. We're waiting for Miss Knight to rejoin us, but in the meantime, you can join the man himself, the man who said context matters. For him he's having a gala. Well, I would say a gala dinner, but it's not a gala dinner. He's having a dinner tonight. Contribution is $15,000 VIP, $25,000 VVIP, $50,000, and it's gonna be a good event. And I think you should all go out there and support ISAT Buchanan. It's in need of his tablet
drive.
Tablet drive, yes. His tablet drive.
Yeah, because we want to educate the people, the children of this nation, because an undereducated or uneducated population cannot, them not have nothing for them to development. And Jamaica, we are on our way, or better yet, we said we're aspiring to Vision 2030. Right now, Vision 2030 look like Vision 2030 is just that, a vision. But putting that aside, Miss Knight is back with us.
Yes. I apologize for the technical difficulties.
No apology necessary. None necessary.
Okay, so I think I heard your question. You had asked about my opponent and why I think I can beat him. I want to say why I know that I will beat him.
Yes.
Amen.
Yes, I already told you that the voting population in this constituency, he has been winning for 28 years, and less than a quarter of the voters are voting for him. Less than 1/4 of the voters. And on top of there being the voters, meaning there are voters on the voters list, but they're not voting. On top of that, there are many people who are not on the voters list, who should be on the voters list, but have not, hitherto, prior to now, taken the interest in putting themselves on the voters list. And those are the people that are saying no, that I'm meeting them. When I meet them, they're understanding, oh, that is what this is really about. This is the constituency I'm really in. It's not just Grandspent and Barbican that votes for Mr. Chuck? You mean we up here can vote for him too? Or can vote for you instead of him? We are a part of this constituency and are entitled to participate in the election process in Jamaica. You'd be surprised to know how many people don't understand how easy it is to vote and don't understand that the franchise is theirs, that they don't have to do anything to earn it, and that they don't have to be, as they say, into politics. All they need to do on election day is to step to the polling station and mark their X to show that they are interested in selecting their leaders, that it matters to them whether the person who is in charge of the area where they live has integrity or not. And many people are saying that they have questions about whether the current member of parliament is interested in showing himself to be a person of integrity, whether he supports anti-corruption, which from his pronouncements, it's clear that he does not support it fully. He does not support anti-corruption, which means we wonder then, is he facilitating corruption? And with all of that, when I talk to people, they are excited. They want to come out and vote. People who haven't voted ever, people who haven't voted in 20 and 30 years are saying, where's my polling station? Where do I go and vote? Where do I go and register to vote if I have never voted before? Young people are saying, really, this is what it's all about? Sign us up. We want to vote too. We are interested in choosing our leaders. And those are the people who are now ready to speak up and to vote in the next election, to vote for Stacey Knight for a change in St. Andrew Northeastern.
Pastor Ricky.
Thank you. Welcome, my sister in Christ. God bless you. You can do all things through Jesus Christ who give you strength. And if God be for you, who can be against you? Amen. I want to say big respects to your father, one of my favorite comrade brother, a champion for the people's rights and uphold what's right in Jamaica, a man of justice. And I just want to say, I have no doubt that you will be successful because your opponent is corrupt. When he can get up on a parliament floor and says that the speaker is not always correct, but whatever she says law, it just showed the
final. It said final.
Yeah, final, right? It just showed the intent of his heart, how corrupt a person can be that sold themselves to the devil. But anyhow, my question is, in Jamaica, we have a big major problem, and it's a breach of the law. And that's your area also of expertise beside being a candidate. What would you say, or what measures would you put in place in your constituents to ensure that, because your opponent's party specialize in buying votes, they're specialists for criminality, and that's the truth. And buying vote is against the Constitution. It's against the law. It's a breach of the law. So to ensure that your constituents, members of your constituency, does not participate in criminality, because they will either pay people, the comrades, to stay home, or they will pay people to go out and vote. So how, in terms of education, as you emphasize that you're big on, what measures would you put in place to ensure that your constituents, that the people that support you, are educated and aware that buying vote or vote buying is a criminal activity? Thank you.
Yes. All right. Well, the answer to the question is in your question. It's education. So
Right.
I have already been explaining to people that yes, vote buying, not only is it illegal, criminal, and wrong, but it doesn't really help them.
Right.
If somebody is going to give you 10,000 or 10,000, let's say 10,000. I hear it was 5. They said they sell their vote now for 10. $10,000 every 5 years to vote. That means you're getting $2,000 for the year. That means they are paying you I can't even do the math right here now, but $2,000. Let me check my math and tell you. They're paying you $166 a month. 166 Jamaican dollars per month. What can that do? What is that? That's not, your vote is not worth that. $5 a day, like $5 Jamaican dollars a day, you're selling your vote for that. And then for the rest of the 5 years, the representative does nothing for you or your community. And then they come around 5 years time again and want to give you another $10,000, $5 a day. That can do nothing. And so I'm educating the people to understand that what you are voting for is not a $10,000. I could give you a $10,000 too. Yeah. But you are voting for infrastructure development. You are voting for more street lights to make your communities safer. You are voting for someone who is going to advocate for building more, creating more parks where there are seats, benches where you can sit and relax, where a family can sit out on a Sunday and afternoon. Yeah. You are voting for training opportunities. You're voting for jobs. You're voting for opportunities to start your own business, entrepreneurship, business incubation. That's what you're voting for. And if you're not getting that, if you haven't gotten that in the 28 years that my opponent has represented the constituency, then it's time to stop voting for him. Right. And the people are waking up. They're opening their eyes. They're recognizing that really don't make sense. Them say, right. Yes, Miss Knight, when you take a check, I really that. If I give it $5 a day, that can't buy nothing, that can't do nothing. And so the people want to see real progress in their communities, paved roads. There are areas within my constituency here that doesn't have running water, that doesn't have electricity. Some of them have pay-as-you-go electricity. Yeah. There are areas where no street light for how long now. And children have to be walking in the evening, going home from school, get up early in the morning. And in these dark areas, there is criminality. Yeah. Because people aren't really being looked after. The internet penetration is pretty low. A lot of people who wanted to watch this interview today aren't able because they don't have the community Wi-Fi. Few communities have it. When the PNP was in power, we were on a move, on a drive for internet penetration right across Jamaica. That has fallen off. That's what people are voting for.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up.
It won't work with my constituents because their eyes are open. They're educated now.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought those initiatives and programs up that undermines how it can elevate their life when they sell their vote. They're denied all of the things you mentioned, from infrastructure to internet. It takes away the value to increase value in their lives. And so I'm thankful for that. Thank you so much.
Stacey, I know time is at a premium, but if you can, whatever time you can spend with us, that's fine. But we're going to respect your request. Let me ask you this: how would you consider classify your constituency? Is it an affluent, a middle class, lower middle class, socioeconomically? How would you describe your constituency?
All right. Well, the constituency, it's mixed. Short answer is it's very mixed. It goes, if you know the geography of Jamaica and of Kingston and St. Andrew, in the north of my constituency is Peters Rock. And the southernmost point of my constituency is the halfway tree clock. So I've been telling people that it goes from Peters Rock to the halfway tree clock. Peters Rock is north of Jacks Hill. It's pretty rural. So we have a very mixed constituency. Rural in the north of the constituency and the halfway tree clock. You can't get more urban than that. That's right in the city center. And then between Peters Rock and the halfway tree clock, you have upper middle class, upper class, upper middle class, lower middle class, and I would say lower class as well. There is there's every income group within this constituency. You have really affluent areas, and then you have some pockets of areas where there's poverty, real poverty. And sometimes it's juxtaposed right next to the affluent areas.
You said pockets of poverty. And the question I'm about to ask you, it has to do with how widespread poverty is. Because you mentioned that there are issues regarding roads, running water, electricity, street light, criminality, internet.
Yes.
Now, how do you think the message is going to resonate? And I said these messages with the affluent. Also, how do you get the message that the incumbent, for example, he doesn't support the anti-corruption measures that are necessary to garner a respectable position on the corruption index? For example, I looked at the answered proceedings for the Corruption Prevention Act of 2000 and also the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. And in both of them, he said specifically, unequivocally, that he doesn't believe that family members, their assets should be known to the Integrity Commission. How do you convey a message like that to people who have issues with roads, running water, electricity, street light, criminality, and internet? Because they are more concerned about everyday issues. They're concerned about kitchen table issues. So when you come and you say, hey, this man him not care and him want the family them to get this and them don't have to report and blah blah blah. How do you plan to effectively communicate that message to them so that they will then understand why they're voting? I know you said you lay out all the reasons as to why people should be voting, but specifically regarding these issues, how do you get them to understand that what he's doing is affecting you as well? Because they might not see it that way. How do you do that?
Right. All right. Well, first of all, as I said, the constituency is mixed. And because it's mixed, it's not the same message you need to be saying to everybody. Those who have roads and lights clearly don't need to hear about that. Although I will say that even in the affluent areas, the roads are deplorable. And there are a few areas where streetlights would really enhance and improve the security in even the affluent areas. So they have the problem, but on a lesser scale. The lower income persons, yes, indeed, they are less concerned initially about anti-corruption, about integrity. That's not on the tip of their fingertips. That's not what they want to talk about at first. But when you explain to them, when I let them understand that $3 trillion unaccounted for means that that's money that could have put up your street light. So the corruption affects you directly because that's money because when the street lights are installed, government has to pay the light bill. Yeah. They don't want to put up more street lights because they don't want to use the money to pay light bill to light up people's community. Yeah. So when money is unaccounted for, you are losing. You have lost something. You have lost an opportunity to have more health centers built in the constituency. Yeah. More schools built and the schools properly resourced in the constituency. And so at every income level, corruption affects all of us. The persons in the affluent areas of my constituency, their main concerns are about things like their property values. Now, property values are affected these days by high-rise buildings going up next door, which create an influx of a lot of people, huge population in the area, no longer exclusive. You have high traffic. The water supply is insufficient. The sewage can't manage. And so there's all sorts of problems when the development that takes place in the constituency, in the different neighborhoods, when the development is unplanned, when the development does not go through the right channels, and this is corruption again, when the channels that allow for modification of restrictive covenants and permission from the local planning authority, the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, permission from NEPA, when all of these things aren't working the way they should, then there's a haphazard development that takes place, which doesn't really serve anybody. What we need to have, and we do have zoning laws, but they're not being adhered to. What we need to have is adherence strictly to the zoning laws, so that if you live in an area where it's an area for high-rise apartments, then so be it. All the buildings there are high-rise. But when you have a high-rise going up beside a house that is a little one-story, it blocks their light, it blocks their air, it really affects their standard of living. Their privacy is reduced. And there's nothing wrong with having high-rise, but high-rise should be next door to high-rise. Yeah, and low rise next door to low rise, and where people have their single family dwelling communities where people walk around the block because it's quiet. That is changed significantly when a huge complex come in and put in 40, 50 units on one lot of land that used to house one family. So those are the things that are affecting some of the affluent, and they want to know that their representative will care about things that matter to them, and that I will be pushing for the laws to be applied properly, right? And when things are approved that shouldn't be approved, we get to court and fight it and make sure that things are going the way they are, because we have laws for a reason. And the anti-corruption laws, I will just say this before I close because I do have to go. Anti-corruption laws, there's no question about it. Internationally, spouses and children must also declare. That's standard. Because if spouses and children are not made to declare, then the declarant can simply hide their ill-gotten gain, their illicit enrichment, in the names of their spouses and children. And that's why it's a standard procedure. And, when someone signs up for public service, to become a representative of the people at whatever level, you lose your privacy, and you have to understand that you have signed up for this. If the public is paying you, then the public has a right to know what you're doing with your money. And so that is why the Integrity Commission has every right to examine whatever assets I have, whatever assets my father has. He has had to declare about my assets, in the past, and I'm going to have to now declare also about whatever assets my children have and my spouse, because that is how the law works. Public servants doing the work of the people must open themselves to the scrutiny of the people. We can't be campaigning on ignorance and hiding. Open access to information and access to transparency, accountability, integrity. Those are the hallmarks of good governance, and those are the hallmarks of my campaign and my work.
I tell you what, you see, I mean, I think they locked out the people in your constituency, because I think you're a tremendous asset to them. I hope they're listening, and if they're not listening, I hope if they get a chance, they can go back and listen to the things that you've said, because not only are you saying them, but I'm sitting here and I'm telling you, I'm feeling it. I mean, you're getting through to me, and I don't even live in your community, and you're getting through to me, and I'm saying this is what we need to hear, because not only am I hearing it, I just know that Jeffrey said you are going to be the next MP in that constituency, and I know that you're going to do right by the people, because you're thoughtful, you're considerate, you're intelligent, and you know what's going on. You seem to be like somebody who's at one with the people, not distant from them. And not only that, the reason why I asked the question about the substrata, the socioeconomic lines is because I wanted to know what kind of message are you going to provide to them. And I mean, you answer the question, not that there's a right answer or wrong answer, but I love your answer. When you say, listen, different communities, they deserve different answers. And therefore, I can't have just one. I'm not a one-trick pony. I can't just come with one message and give it to people that won't even resonate with them. Look, you have my support. I wish I could have voted because I'd have voted. Let me just have the two gentlemen say their remarks and goodbye remarks to you. But thanks for coming.
My remarks to Stacey is this, that she reminds me of her father when her father was on the campaign trail back in the days when he was up and running and dancing on stage and taking up. I said, and you, Prime Minister, pack your bags and go. The charisma of a Stacey Knight reminds me of a KD Knight. And you asked me on my platform what constituency I am, or maybe it was private you asked me, I can't remember. But I just realized that I can vote in your constituency. We live in Waterloo Avenue.
Excellent.
Although we have a house in from Westmoreland, whatever.
Yes.
Waterloo. And I wish I could come down to vote for you, but I know who's down there going to vote. And I wish you all the best. Continue to fight for your people. Your father did that. Your father stand up for justice. And I hope you do the same thing. Because the Jamaican people need people like you. The Jamaican people need a Stacey Knight. A KD Knight who has been in Parliament for many years, who stand up for the people of this country. And I'm pretty much sure you will do the same. God wishes blessings on you, and I wish you all the best. And I hope on election night, I can call you and say congratulations. Over to you.
But no, before you leave, Stacey, and Pastor Ricky, but I just have to interrupt and say this, that Jamaica is in good hands with people like you. And let me just say to you that what I see coming out of Jamaica, I see some strong black women coming out of Jamaica.
Yes.
I'm thankful for that. Because if you notice, Jeffrey, we're talking about her father. She not mention her father. She stand on her own.
Yes.
She stand up on her own. She said,
yes.
No, Stacey will not talk to her. Not talk to KD daughter. Stacey
indeed.
Not talk to. Big up yourself, Stacey. Pastor Ricky, over to you.
My comrade sister, power to the people. Yes, I know that without a doubt, based upon what you share, it's a breath of fresh air from the Justice Minister, in comparison. And I know that you will do great things and represent Jamaica with dignity, with decency, and the rule of the law, guided by the Constitution of Jamaica, which is the supreme law of the land. And so I just want to wish you God's richest blessing, and I will keep you in my prayers. And I hope that, I'm looking forward to on election night when your picture is put in the newspaper, that I can post it all over the social media platforms that I have and say congratulations. God bless you. Amen.
Thank you so much. Before I go, may I just say that anyone who is not yet registered to vote, you just need to visit 10 Shortwood Road. That's where the EOJ office is. They're open Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. Go there. It takes 10 minutes to get registered to vote. All right?
Thank you, Stacey.
All right.
Big up. Bless up. Thank you.
Say hello to my boss for me.
I will, for sure. All right. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Gentlemen, have a blessed evening.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Hey, at this be like we see I come out of my little country,
Yeah.
The days when we all grew up, woman relegated to kitchen and babies and things like that. And to me, this is just an amazing thing for watch a transformation. Because look, them have some when we say strong, them have some strong, intelligent, courageous woman in Jamaica, And this lady, my first time meeting her, she's one of them. She's one of them. People are open a tech stock, Open a tech stock. Stacey Knight, open a tech stock of this lady. Watch her. She have a bright future in her. Young lady, bright future in her. Go ahead.
And if I may, you talk about the strong woman. I think the People's National Party, and people may say, boy, Jeffrey, I old dirty comrade. I don't really want to say. I don't care. The People's National Party is bringing out some young women. A Gabriela Morris, a Stacey Knight, Danishka Williams. I can call on them, I can't remember the names right now. Who I know for a fact that come election night, 5 of them, and one of them is a young man too, Christopher Henry. Christopher Henry. I am pretty much sure that come election night, we're gonna have those 5 people. Apart from the women, that young man there gonna and Raymond Price, they're gonna bring home the seats from the People's National Party that night. And let me say this: the Make We Talk program, as Mr. Rattigan has said about his program, we have invited members of the Jamaica Labour Party to come on, and they refuse to come on. Mr. Rattigan.
All right, listen, folks, we're going to switch gears, but there's a melancholy feeling to it because I'm kind of sorry if I leave Stacey, man, because I'm so enthused about this young woman here. You know what I'm saying? It's like she lift my spirit. Yeah, man. Yeah. And people do, oh yeah, somebody say ISAT too. Yeah, I'll tell you, we can't forget.
Oh yes, Lord, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, here's this fundraiser thing like that. I see some of you in the chat said that you purchased the tickets. But go to Coda, please. Go to Coda. We have to support this thing, huh? We're going to talk about it a little bit more before we go. But I just want to switch gears. I want to switch gears. This is where I want to switch to. People look here. People look here. You see what I say? No. I'm telling you about how people like send out, so how people disingenuous, right? No, that is our Prime Minister in the middle. Those of you know. The gentleman to his, there's only one gentleman in the picture. That's Senator, well, no longer Senator, is Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And of course, the lady is Ambassador.
Jamaica's illustrious ambassador, man. Come on.
Ambassador Audra Marks, right? No, she put this thing out. She put out this thing, right? And here's what it says. It says, dear friends, it is always a pleasure to note the long-standing, strong relationship between the Jamaica and the USA. Yesterday, and I think this was 2 days ago, in continuation of their personal and professional relationship, new Secretary of State Marco Rubio had a warm and productive conversation with Prime Minister Andrew Holness on key issues of mutual interest, such as regional security, economic cooperation, and commitments to achieve greater prosperity in the region. No, he met this man once or twice, and then all of a sudden, they're talking about continuation of their personal and professional relationship. Well, Ambassador, let me tell you something. She straightened me out the other day, tell me I better be on my best behavior, I'm on our program. This is my program, so I don't have to be on her terms. I don't have to act on her terms, but decorum is always proper. It's always nice. Let me just explain to her that America doesn't have, when they look at Mr. Holness, they don't see allies, they don't see friends, they see interest.
Yes.
They see interest. Ambassador, you should know this. You can't fool up the people and tell them about continuation of personal relationship. Nothing personal here. It's all business. And they don't see him as a friend. And don't forget, them know about the 28th. Them know about Westcon. Them know about Beverly Hills. Them know about Estate Bridge.
Admat.
Them know about Imperium.
Admat.
Them know all about these things. All about these things. Right? And at any given moment, they can pull the plug on him. Any given moment. So when she come and she put these things out, and then it gives the impression that this picture, remember she said they met yesterday, right? And putting this picture there gave the impression that there was a personal meeting. Well, there was no personal meeting. There's no personal meeting. Because what happened is Secretary of State Marco Rubio was in Europe and the Middle East all of this week. He came back on the 19th. And there's no way he's coming back on the 19th and he's going to hang out with this gentleman here, number 20, Mr. 28. There's no way, right? And also, if I'm going to take a picture, not take a picture with Florida. You see, this was in the senator's office.
In Florida, yes.
Yeah, this is where this was taken, when he was senator, not when he became Secretary of State. So we're going to show you something else regarding this that is going to cause. Hold on a second, let me find it.
Another PR stunt.
Yeah, it's another PR stunt. Now, here's what I can't big it up, but I'll read it to you. Here's what the spokesperson for the State Department said. Said Secretary Rubio spoke with, never say met with, big difference. So we know it wasn't a personal meeting. Spoke with Prime Minister Holness today to discuss key regional issues and the strong U.S.-Jamaica partnership. Secretary Rubio underscored the important historic and cultural ties between the U.S. and Jamaica, including the vibrant Jamaican diaspora. They might talk about we around here. Both leaders encouraged further strengthening of security cooperation while highlighting Jamaica's efforts to disrupt illicit trafficking and combat organized crime. Let me tell you what this means in a diplomatic speak. This means, hey, watch here, Mr. 28. We don't like how we are around the country. China, they're all over the place. The cartel is a free-for-all. Guns are flowing, drugs are flowing, ammunition are flowing, people are flowing in and out like it a go out of style. Haiti is a problem, and you're the next door. Venezuela is a problem. I want to see you involved in it. Carry come about, I want to see how Jamaica get involved. We see Jamaica make boo-boo, idiot mistakes. Well, I never mistakes, it's deliberate. At the UN. We see all of these things. These are the things, and furthermore, you're the man talk about all of these things. I can tell you from personal experience. This phone call was a very short phone call, and a whole of them things the way them are write up and things like that. Them things they never discussing at them terms there. What he got his instructions.
A warning.
He got, yeah, that's what he got. He got a stern warning that you better shape up or you have to ship out.
And a stern warning: do not treat the dirty 30 how you're treating them.
Exactly. and see why we know say it wasn't a personal meeting. We didn't have to show all of things, but it wasn't a personal meeting. But here is something. No, people.
Here is the phone call.
I want to look at this here. This is a phone call. We have the video too, you know. I don't know what the video they have, but we don't have time for him to show the video. But let me show you something.
And you can see the stress on his face too. It wasn't a pleasant, look at his face, man.
So the video they showed was him talking and say, yes, my friend, yes, my friend. We don't hear the other side of the conversation. We don't know who he's talking to. We don't
cut it off.
We don't know if this is a kind of a photo up or something where them just he might talk to somebody else and he might say, yes, my friend, and them just make it seem as if he's talking to Secretary of State Marco Rubio and I call him friend. I'm not calling him friend. He's no friend of Marco Rubio's. No, I want to point out something because when we started out this program, remember somebody talk about the phones, right? No, first thing, I walk on now through some things now. I'm going to the benefit of my experience. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is not going to call Prime Minister Holness on an open line.
Right.
Let me tell you that.
Secure.
He's not going to call him on an open line and talk about all of them things that them say them talk about. It's people, it's not going to happen. You know how that happened? Instructions go from the State Department to the embassy in Jamaica, and then them call over the Prime Minister and them tell him. Because I tell you one thing where they're not going down to Foreign Affairs headquarters down on Port Royal Street. Because Chinese have that kind of country. So they're not going down there to talk no business with him. So him and Jeffrey, you sent me the picture where the video where him actually go over the embassy.
Yep.
Right? The embassy him go. Them will talk to him. Now look at this phone, people. This phone don't look like it plug in. I don't know if I can see.
Hold on there, Ratty. I'm not gonna take up for them. They have a new system.
Yeah.
That don't require a phone call card.
Good. Because here's what happened. This is the point you're trying to make. I may have them here to say. Here's a system that the American government uses to conduct secure telephone calls. The first thing is that if that not have a hardwire, it means a signal, and people can intercept signals. And that's why I'm telling you that him not going, Mr. Rubio is not going to talk to him. The other thing is, for Mr. Rubio to talk to him, any leader, he gets a briefing. He might just pick up phone and call people. So them come in and them have the full file and them brief him. Them say, Secretary, Mr. Holness, sir, he was investigated by Westcon. He was this, he was that, he was that. Him get the whole 9 yards about this man. From the time Mr. Holness was born in the 1-bedroom, and then him go back and him reborn in the 2-bedroom. All about that. Them know all about that. All the way to know. Them know all about it. Right now. So them know who them are dealing with. And they're not going to talk to him on an open line or a line like this where it's a signal. Them not going to do that. Right? The other thing is this. Them have a phone. I used to use the phone. It's called a STU 3. Secure telephone unit. That's STU. 3. And what it is this. It's a phone that only U.S. personnel, contractors, and allies. Him, I don't know, ally. Prime Minister Holness is not an American ally.
That's right.
Right? So they're not going to give him that phone. And plus, remember when you think about corruption, them can't give him that phone there. And then his alliance with the Chinese, them can't give him that phone there.
Exactly.
Because the Chinese, them come and re-engineer it and start listening to conversation. So they're not going to give it. Now, here's how the phone works. It looks like a regular phone. And what happens is I call you. I can make a local call, a regular call to you. But the call will not be secure unless you also have a STU 3 phone. So when I call you, I make a call to you. And I say, Pastor Ricky, everything all right? Say, yeah. I'm going to say, okay, I have something I want to talk to you about. I'm going to say, all right, you want to go secure or you want me to go secure? Because there's a button on that phone and you press that button.
Yeah.
In a few seconds, the call is completely encrypted.
Yeah.
Completely encrypted. But both people have to have that phone for that to work, right? Them not give him the phone. Them. I tell you that. Him not get phone. Him not getting that phone.
Hey,
So I was talking to a virgin of mine, and we start talking about phones because we were looking at this. We're talking about this photograph here, and we're talking about phones. And here's what we discovered. Here's what I discovered. We're talking about app and phone. There's an app a while back called Silent Circle. I don't know how many of you ever heard about Silent Circle. There's app and it's also a phone. Then you have the STU 3, which I just mentioned to you, because I know about the STU 3 because I used to use the STU 3 day in, day out. Then there's one called Threema, which is an app. It came out in 2012. It's put out by the Swiss. There's one called Enkrygma, ENCRYGMA. It's a phone. Now, this phone, it's anti-Pegasus. Now, I did a little bit of research and I was looking into Pegasus. I knew about Pegasus a long time, but I was looking by country to see if Jamaica is on the official list of having Pegasus. Some of you might not know about the Pegasus, but the Pegasus is a technology.
Is that the Jamaica Pegasus they're talking about, please?
The hotel, yeah. It's a hotel. The hotel. It's a technology that they can actually eavesdrop on your phone call. They can read your messages. They can do all the things that you can do on your phone. They can do it. So it's almost like they're shadowing you. Now, it has been reported that it is in Jamaica. But if you go to the official list and you look at the countries, you won't find Jamaica on it. But it has been rumored that it is in Jamaica. Now, this phone, the Enkrygma, this Enkrygma phone here, they say that this phone can defeat Pegasus. Because it is all technology, right? And and if a man can create it, then a man can defeat it. It's that simple, What God can do, no man can do. What a man can do, another man can do. And so we have that Enkrygma phone. It's a very good phone, and it's secure on both sides. There is also a phone. I think it might be this Silent Circle, one of them, where I can call you. Unlike this 2-3, I can call you, and when I call you, it blocks anyone from coming in on that phone call. So you don't have to have a similar device like mine or a similar app. I can just call you, but I think they may have compromised that. Then there's one called an intact phone, which is used by the Israelis. Very good phone.
Maybe I have one of those.
The intact phone.
Yeah.
Then we get to the apps now that people use a lot. Telegram. We use that to send encrypted message, like WhatsApp. We use Telegram. Found out that it's controlled by the Russians.
Right.
And it's used primarily by criminals. It was just last year that them lock up one of the guys associated with Telegram. I think in the US, lock him up for using this thing for criminal activity. Then you have Signal. Signal, most people use Signal because they say Signal is safe and secure. But Signal is partly owned by US intelligence. How many people know this?
I didn't know the one there.
WhatsApp. Forget about WhatsApp. Now some friends at Jamaica will say, yeah, man, talk to me WhatsApp, man. It's secure, man. I'm Mr. Bridge, now we are talking about. Yeah, mad, man. WhatsApp is associated with Facebook, and it's filtered to US Intel.
Right.
It's less secure. People have access to your records and all of that. So don't be like the man who, I tell you a story. When I first joined the FBI, a guy tell me this. There's a guy who used to call the FBI office all the time. I want to come by. And him say, he want to file a complaint because him say every time he walk past the military base, the Russians, them are use him eye to take picture. So every time him blink, every time him look on the military base and blink, he might take a picture and it go to the satellite and go to Russia. So him come and tell them. So what the agents them do with him, them say, and the agent who did it told me, him say, listen, here's what you need to do. You need to get 4 Duracell batteries, but it have to be double A. You put 2 in your right pocket, 2 in your left pocket, and that'll go cut off the signal. So when you blink, the signal won't go to the satellite. The man never come back. The man walk around so it's like it's false. It's the same thing with WhatsApp. It's a false sense of security. There is nothing there. Then he also told me about one called Red Tail. He told me about one called Viber, which he said it's Eastern European and it's very unsafe, and it's also a tracking device because he himself was tracked using this device. But the man security conscious and him do some things, won't go into it, him do some things and him find that out. Then there's one called Line, an app, and it's used mostly by people in Asia, Japan, Hong Kong, Korea. Them like Line. It's an app. Then you have the Viper phones. And here's something else he told me. He said, a lot of the smartphones, you see, when they put them out, for the people who are involved in cyber crimes and things of that nature, him say, they can compromise these phones within 6 weeks. So him say, a lot of people walk around with all kinds of phones and say that, no, it's secure and whatnot. Him say, no, it's not. There are all kinds of things wrong with these things. And him send me a list of some phones. Some phones will cost, him send me one will cost $17,000 with all kinds of things on it for prevent. And these are the limits that some of the drug dealers go through. And when I say drug dealers, I'm not talk drug dealers on the corner. I'm not talk, people more oversee operations, that they use some of these things so that their conversations cannot be captured by law enforcement or intelligence services. So I just want everybody to know that this prime minister, with him, California and things like that. And I know some of these people are watching. When you go tell him, say, listen, man.
Yeah.
This phone a joke thing you're going with because this don't mean anything. Go ahead, Jeff.
Mr. Rattigan.
You know what?
Don't tell that up. If my memory serves me correctly, this picture was taken when he was making a phone call to somebody congratulating somebody.
Well, then put it out with him, say, oh, my friend, and them a laugh, and then them do it at the same time that I'm supposed to have this phone call with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. And we know that is not it.
That is not Jamaica House in his office. That's not the American embassy.
Right, so, no, sir.
Yes.
No, sir. You know, see them have Jamaican money upon the thing, right? So, you know,
yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Hold on for me, Pastor Ricky. You know, see him and Juliet playing the song with the two started to signal the plane. We're gonna signal the plane and fly the bird. You miss Rattigan?
No, I didn't see that.
No, look there. See there. See the statue there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're right. Him probably said, Jesus, help me. Them people are kill me. Every day them have let up the things. The whole world.
You know what? I don't even know. I don't think Jamaica have the Pegasus, because the Israelis are brothers and sisters with the American. Put it that way. They're so close to America. We know from what you state, Sir Rattigan, that America functions based upon their interests. Every decision America make, it's about their interests. Like you said, it's not about friendship. Yeah. And if this guy gave the Chinese the wharf, leased it to them, if this guy allowed, we don't know what's coming into the wharf, all the guns and ammunitions and human trafficking going on. I believe Trump want them to take back the wharf from China, the lease, tear up the lease agreement. And I don't think the Israelis trust him, just like America doesn't trust him, because he's so in bed with China. And I don't think Israel is going to give him the technology that he probably can use to call China or them call and compromise it. So I'm under the impression that they don't have the Pegasus.
Well, here's the thing. Go ahead, Jeffrey. Go ahead.
But maybe they give it to him for them to listen to what he's saying.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because remember, you know, the Chinese don't build Jamaica House, you know. Jamaica's built way back when.
Right.
They build the Jamaica Foreign Affairs building downtown Kingston.
Right.
So they give that to him for them to tap on him, you know what you're saying?
Somebody asked me to remove the picture, so may I go?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so that's where we are.
America don't trust him, and Israel and America is like this. So if America don't trust him, Israel is not gonna trust him either.
And we must remember, we must remember is this. See, them guys are them so stupid. This is counterintelligence 101.
Yeah.
You don't let a foreign entity build some of your sensitive sites. Your foreign affairs ministry is a sensitive site. Yeah. You talk about all kinds of things here, geopolitical and otherwise. You don't let them build your site. You build your site and you monitor that site. You don't make the Chinese government come in town build. That's why the U.S. government will not have meetings down there. They must tell them, you come at our embassy. We're not going down to foreign affairs, right? The other thing is this. Jamaica no build phones, you know. Jamaica no make no phone. Oh, by the way, there are people out there who can make phones for you. They can make phones. But keep in mind that if somebody will make it for you, them can create the back door. And if you don't make phones and you buy phones, where you buy phones from? You buy phones from America? You buy phones from China? You just have to assume that the phones are compromised. So with him, they are pose up with phone and a carry on and this and that and that. That's why I said to you, say, they already know everything there is to know about him.
Of course.
Everything there is to know about him, they know.
He's so resign, man. Watch. I guarantee before the election call him step down. Trump have him like a yo-yo, you know. So
well, watch out. We are going to leave it there. So we have a lot more things to talk about, but we are going to leave it right there. So because we are joined now by our second guest, none other than Mr. Lawman Lynch. There's so much to say about this young man. There's so much going on in his life. A man with a bright future. And just like Stacey is involved in politics, but not in Jamaica, he's involved in the politics here in the United States. As Jeffrey would say, a man of the soil. So we're going to have Mr. Lawman Lynch come on, and we're going to find out what's going on with him, right? Why is he here? What is he about? And how does he go about? How does he plan to go about achieving his goals? Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Mr. Lawman Lynch. Lawman, big up yourself.
Bless up, bless up, bless up. Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Yes,
What a
sir.
wonderful show, man. I've been listening. How you doing?
Well, I'm on top of the world, moving and grooving, shucking and jiving, bipping and bopping, caring and sharing, dipping my hip and a glide in my stride.
Yes, man. So, thanks for having me on. And much respect to your listeners and your viewers. This conversation, this reasoning, as many would not know, is definitely long overdue. But my mother always says that nothing happens before the time, and now is the right time. And I hope it is going to be the first of many, right? Because you have built not just a platform, you have built not just an avenue for basic following. You have built a valuable movement for the advancement and the development of people. So I definitely want to thank you for that. And I just want to say that there are many times that we may disagree on methodology, but we always agree as it relates to the principle. So I applaud you as you're way beyond being a content creator. You're way beyond being a journalist. You're really a people's professor. And I appreciate the work that you and your team have been doing.
Well, let me just tell you, thank you for those kind remarks. I have to share that everything that you say, I have to share it with all of these people here in the chat, because without them, I would not be here. I have to share it with producer Joan. I have to share it with producer OT. I have to share it with the people who call me and tell me, say, get some sleep because we need you. I have to share it with I don't even want to call any more names. We just call it two producers because we have to get in trouble. But Kevin Stew. Yeah, Kevin, where you there?
Oh, Kevin Stew, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and Reggae Global Radio for giving me the opportunity when nobody else might fit to do so. So I just want to share that with all of, because we're all in this thing together. And as you mentioned, movement, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares is gonna make an announcement tonight about something that we're working on in the diaspora, at least in our corner of the diaspora. Hopefully it will set the trend for others to follow, and we can accomplish this goal. Let me start with you, Sakab. This is about you now,
Right.
Who is Lawman Lynch?
Who is Lawman Lynch? That's a very interesting question, and I can answer that from multiple perspectives. But just to be very simple, I'm a people's person. I am one who believes that though ideologically equality may be a myth to many, I believe that we can do as much as we can to ensure that there is equity across the board. I am, somebody who has invested a lot of time in really youth and community development, and I believe that I got that from my mother and my family upbringing. My name in itself is something that I try to live by. Ever since I was a child. I think God makes no mistakes. And even if I should give the story as to how I came by my name, it is testament to who I am today, right? Void of, academic achievements and all of that. Like I said initially, I'm just a people's person. I just want to see individuals thrive and become successful. And we should be a part of that. We should, collectively as a people, we should try to uplift people. We should try to lift as we rise. And that's just who I am.
Tell us about your background in Jamaica. Where did you grow up, and when did you get here, and take us on that journey?
On that journey. Well, I was born at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. So when you come to America and somebody asks you where you come from, and they say, oh, I bet he's going to say Kingston, because but I'm really and truly from Kingston. But my family is actually from Trelawney. Well, most of them, but I'm really and truly from Kingston, born at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. Grew up in Woodford Park, for those of you who are familiar with that area of Kingston. It's really a part of the greater Almontown community. And I love to say that Woodford Park is uptown Almontown. So it's Woodford Park near Up Park Camp, that area. Went to the Salvation Army Basic School in Almontown. But my mother was very, very smart, So because she knew she wanted to get me in to Jesse Ripple Primary School, she transferred me after year 1 to Alpha Infant School. So I went to Alpha Infant, and then it was an easier access to Jesse Ripple Primary. And I did all 6 years at Jesse Ripple Primary School, passed my common entrance, went to Wolmer's. After Wolmer's, went to England for a while, went back to Jamaica. And it was when I went back to Jamaica that I really got involved in community development. I became the president of my Citizens Association at age 18, right? Got involved with the Youth Parliament, became a Safe Schools ambassador, worked tirelessly with the National Center for Youth Development, NCYD, became a Prime Minister Youth in Excellence awardee for the category of leadership. And it just spiraled. My first substantive job in Jamaica was actually in the private sector. And then I made a transition to the Ministry of Education under, I want to say it was Maxine Henry Wilson and then Andrew Holness. And then I migrated to America.
Mr. Kevin, call me. Hold on there, Kevin, where you there? Hold on there. No, you are involved in politics, plain and simple.
Yep.
How did you? How was that journey achieved? What sparked interest in politics in New York?
I think I got the political bug from Jamaica. Always, as a matter of fact, when I lived in Jamaica, I was called Portia Pickney. You just had to say something negative or remotely unattractive about Portia Simpson, and that would have riled me up back in the day. But in America, why I want to get involved in politics, and I'm not necessarily sure I'm very comfortable being labeled a politician as to how individuals visualize, who or what a politician does. But we can talk about that a little bit more because there are some nuances there. But I want to be involved in the political space in New York, particularly in Brooklyn, specifically in District 41, from two perspectives. A personal perspective and a collective perspective. So the personal perspective is that for me, it's a natural progression. If you know my story, it's a natural progression. Innately, I have a need to serve. Check my history. Understand my history. This is no surprise to many. I have a real passion for service. And I think a lot of politicians now don't understand that really and truly they are servants. The people are not the servants, The politicians are the servants. We live in an upside down society where the politicians behave as though the people should act, jump, and skip when they say so. And it's really the other way around. So that's the personal thing for me. The collective thing is that as I evolve, as I go through my career and I meet different people, as I socialize with people, I meet so many individuals in multiple fields, Rattigan, in different areas of the district who say, hey, something is off here. When I listen to you speak, Lawman, I want you to represent us. So that's the collective thing. People asking me to do it, right? And then I want to change the narrative of the marginalized. I want to change the narrative of those who are most vulnerable, especially in District 41. I am not comfortable with the idea that there's a community in District 41 that is labeled, that is dubbed the worst community in New York. I want to change that, right? Because there's so much more going on in the community, right? I want to show people that they need and deserve better. And importantly, I believe that the space, the political space in Brooklyn, needs authentic manifestation of putting people first. And that is why my campaign, our campaign, because it's not just my campaign at this point, it is our campaign. That is why our campaign has the tagline, people at the center. People at the center. People at the center, Rattigan. People at the center of everything that we do. And that is why I am running for New York City Council candidate, District 41.
I know you say you don't really see yourself like, forgot the term you use as a politician, but that was a great political speech, if ever there was one.
We're just reasoning. We're reasoning.
We're reasoning.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we have Pastor Ricky here, and we have Mr. Jeffrey Tavares here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn it over to them. And have them reason with you a bit. Bring them in other reasoning, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you, sir. Rattigan. Welcome, Mr. Lawman.
Thank you so much, Pastor.
Yeah, man. The Bible says the greatest amongst us is not those with positions and title, but the greatest amongst us are those who serve. So I want to thank you for your service. Now, with respect to community development and youth, we have a lot of at-risk youths who are coming from broken homes, single mother, raising them. What are some of your initiatives can you share with us that you will use to bring awareness to these youths of, that they have purpose, they have gifts, they have talents. They don't have to, prison does not have to be their portion. Premature death doesn't have to be their portion. What are some of the initiatives that you can say, I have done this? And also, if you were tapped by after the general election in Jamaica, I know you're focusing on New York, but as a born Jamaican, if you were tapped for some kind of consultation, to give advice to after the election to the next government, because Jamaica have a at-risk youth crimes, enough youth to have dead them at 19, 18, 17, 20, 21, 22. So how could you help rescue the youth, at-risk youth?
That's a loaded question. I'm going to begin by saying that I work in the education space. I do consider myself to be an educator. And I believe that education is a critical vehicle to really change the trajectory of many individuals who may appear wayward. I do not subscribe to the ideology that we have unattached youth, right? Because if the idea of an unattached youth is basically us saying that this individual is in bad company, is a part of a gang, is a part of a negative clique, right? But that in itself is a young person being attached to something, right? They may not be attached to something that is progressive or someone who is progressive, but they're attached to something. Now, education, I believe, is a very important vehicle to really and truly change the mindset of young people and give them the opportunity to not only embrace their future, but to own their future. I work in the education space. I work in after-school programming. I believe that we have to create safe educational and enrichment spaces whereby young people can attend and tap into their full potential. Once elected as City Council representative here in New York, we will invest heavily in a wraparound educational model, whereby which there will be a seamless transition from day school to after school program. And that is needed in the New York space because New York is filled with hustlers And hustling is not a bad word, but the reality is that we have parents, we have families that are working 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs, right, on a daily basis. So when a child goes to school at 7:30 in the morning, there is no way that going home at 3 p.m. to an empty home is the best option, because what that does is opens the door for maladaptive behavior. So we want to invest heavily in after-school programming so that at least up until 6:30, our parents are assured that their children are in a safe environment. One, that the young people are being supported academically. Two, and they're also being supported with enrichment activities so that they can become productive citizens in society. Now, to pivot to what kind of advice I would give to Jamaica, if I should be asked by whichever government wins the next election. Funny enough, if I were to live in Jamaica now, or if I was to be given the opportunity to work in a ministry, I have some friends who would say, yes, Lawman would want to be at the Ministry of Youth, or yes, Lawman would want to be at the Ministry of Education. But interesting enough, I would want to lend my services to the Ministry of National Security. National security requires a multi-pronged approach in order for us to yield success. Like national development, where a tripartite approach is necessary, public sector, private sector, civil society, I believe that if we're going to approach, if we want to see a change in our society, we have to put serious investment in our national security efforts. And that includes community development. There was a time, I'm not sure if you recall, the CSJP, the Citizen Security and Justice Program out of the Ministry of National Security. I do not believe that program is still in existence. But a program like that, that deals with civic education and community engagement out of the Ministry of National Security, is a program that we should be investing in. Yes, hard policing is important. Yes, there's a space for the JCF. Yes, there's a space for the JDF. But then there are other social development issues that could be led by the Ministry of National Security in partnership with other ministries to ensure that we cater to the social, economical, and emotional development of our emerging generation so that we can see a better Jamaica in the future.
Lawman. Oh.
Thank you.
Sorry, Pastor, are you finished?
Yeah, yes, I was just saying thank you.
Okay. Lawman, welcome to the program. And my question to you tonight is, what kind of feedback are you getting from the Jamaican diaspora in Brooklyn?
The feedback is right now it is very spotty, for want of a better word, and that is what one of the reasons I'm on this program, because after this program I want my phone to be ringing. I want to be invited to the living rooms and the TV rooms of my Jamaican people here in District 41, right? And the reason I say it is spotty is because the district is a very diverse district. It starts to the north of Brooklyn. So we're looking at eastern Bed-Stuy, coming down into Ocean Hill, encompassing all of Brownsville, going west over into East Flatbush and Crown Heights, and also Remsen Village. Now, every Jamaican that I speak with, they're excited. They're borderline excited. They're not there yet. You know, we're last minute people. We won't see people jumping on the wagon until around about May, which is not good, by the way. Now is the time. Now is the time we should be doing the heavy lifting. No, the same way we canvass in Jamaica is the same way we have to be on the ground canvassing. The same way we have to ensure that individuals are registered to vote, because we're not going to win an election overnight. It takes a lot of work. So this platform, I believe, is a very, very important catalyst for the campaign. I believe that after today, we can only get better in getting the numbers in. Go to the website, reach out to us, www.lawmanlynchforbrooklyn.com. Register to volunteer, reach out to me. We have our office. You can come in and we decide. We do have a strategy in place. We just need the people. We need the workers.
I see wherein one of your good friend said, my future councilman.
Which is right.
And I think you know who I'm talking.
Who said that? Who tell me?
Who you expect?
My future councilman.
The most honorable Dr. Michael Campbell, ODOJ.
Bless up yourself, Michael. Michael, what's going on, brother?
Hey, come on. What I want you to understand is that if you look in the chat, a lot of people in the chat, you know, they live in your constituency.
What you're not saying?
Yeah, man. And there's one there called Megawatt. Megawatt live right in a Brownsville.
So. What you're not saying to me? I need a Brownsville contact, and I need a loudmouth in Brownsville.
Well, I don't know what the loudmouth part, but I know that Mr. Megawatt is there, and whatever you need, he will certainly be at your service.
Mr. Rattigan, if I may, Lawman, what sort of drive are you pushing now for district? Is it District 41?
That's correct.
For District 41 to say, okay, and I know the political system in America, different political system in Jamaica, but are you going around greeting and meeting the people? Are you going to churches unannounced? You don't have to be invited. Just go to a church, sit down and start, talk to the pastor, and they can, speak to the congregation. Are you doing things like that?
Yeah, one of the things that we did last September. So when we didn't create a manifesto based on what we wanted to deliver to people, right? It was the other way around. We had conversations with individuals last September into October, what I considered the listening tour, just to get an idea as to what were the issues affecting residents. So we are tapped into some of the tenants association, block associations. Now, again, there are many blocks in Brook. Just one section of the district could have 50 block associations, right? So the more we get invited to, the better. Yes, we're popping up into churches. This Saturday, for example, Saturday, March 1, if you're in the District 4, as a matter of fact, if you're anywhere in Brooklyn, anywhere in New York, please to come out to our very first community day. It's going to be in Brownsville, Saturday, March 1. Community Day in Brownsville at the Salvation Army Community Center on Riverdale Avenue in Brownsville. It's going to be epic. It's going to be fantastic. We're providing legal services. We're providing health services and other community resources free of cost for individuals in the district. So these are the initiatives that we are undertaking so that we get to meet the people. As soon as the weather gets better, I'm sure we'll have more individuals coming on the road with us, but so far we are on the road I am on the road trying to meet as many individuals as possible. This week is the beginning of petitioning, and in order to be on the ballot, we need to secure a certain number of signatures, right? Our target for the campaign is 1,500 signatures. 1,500 signatures from Wednesday of this week to the end of March. I don't see why I can't go to East Flatbush and just get 1,500 signatures. But it really takes a lot of work. So hopefully after this program, I'll get as many volunteers as possible, ready, willing, and able to help us access those signatures, because without the signatures, I can't be on the ballot, right? Without the signatures, I cannot be on the ballot. And in order to get the signatures, as a matter of fact, there's a training this Wednesday. So the sooner individuals volunteer to help me access those signatures, the better it is for me.
Yeah. Can I make a recommendation? One of the things I did in my community outreach for my church was when we had our community day, we invite a medical vehicle or van that does free high blood pressure screening, free diabetes screening, and so forth. They don't do medical work because that's from your physician, but they can do free screening. And then one of the things we did also was to light a grill and put hamburgers and hot dogs and chicken on the grill. And so what that was so successful. So if you need 1,500 signature, you probably should consider something like that to add to your community day, and put out some flyers in the have some people that goes to different doors, put the flyers in the mailbox, and invite them to the community day. And once they come and they get their free health screening, then you can get signatures from them. Share your vision with them so that way you can get the signature and the support.
Thank you so much for that, Pastor, because I never thought of the grill, but the grill is definitely a good idea. Even though
people love food, man.
that would be a fantastic idea. But I have to give a shout out to the Jamaica Nurses Group, because the Jamaica Nurses Group will be out in full force on Saturday, providing those health screenings that you spoke about. So big shout out to the Jamaica Nurses Group that will be coming out to provide that service.
One more thing, Mr. Rattigan, if I may. Lawman, speak to me now as a voter. How can I say, okay, I will go and vote for Lawman? Speak to me that you can attract me to come out there and say, yes, it's him I'm voting for. I want him for my councilman.
I am a neophyte, and I'm one of the proudest political neophytes in this race. The race is very crowded, It's about 7 individuals vying for this seat come June 2024, 2025. About 7 of us. And if you do the research, all of them, every one of them, they're either already in the system, working for this failed system in this district that is dubbed the worst in the city, right? But what do I bring to the table? I'm an outsider, not a problem. But even though I am a neophyte, I like to believe that I'm precocious. Why am I precocious? I'm precocious because I've been working in the field, not necessarily in the politics of New York, but working in community development for so long. We understand what is needed. And I use the word we deliberately, because this idea that I'm the one going up, yeah, my name may be there, but I'm really representing a group of people that need the representation, right? So it has nothing to do with academic accolades and all of that. It takes cash to care, but I believe at the heart of it all, it takes care to care. And I really care about the people. And it really is encompassed in our tagline, people at the center of everything we do. And people is an acronym. The first P stands for public safety. The first E stands for education. The O stands for optimization. The second P stands for public health. L, which is my favorite, stands for love. And the final E stands for entrepreneurship. And once we get all of those aspects right in District 41, I believe that the district is going to grow from strength to strength.
Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, I'm just here with Kevin. I don't know if you guys noticed, I was having some technical difficulties. And again, Kevin Wade responded magnificently. And so he's here with me trying to sort some things out. But that doesn't mean we're not paying attention, because we have some questions for Lawman. Lawman,
yes.
I know you have spoken about the challenges of reaching out to the voters and being a neophyte, an outsider, and the other people there the other 6 people, I believe, that they're in the system or they've been a part of the system at some point or another. What are, let's say that you are the councilman now. Give us your first 2 priorities. You get inside and you sit down in that seat and have the council meeting. What are the first 2 things? Because remember now, this constituency 41 has been dubbed the worst in the city. And it's been dubbed the worst for reasons. How do you plan to address those reasons to make it one of the best instead of sitting there at the bottom as the worst?
Okay, so we are addressing youth development issues, child and youth development issues, one, and I'm going to explain that, and then I'm going to be partnering with the New York Communities for Change to continue our advocacy for a rent freeze, because the rent is too high in New York, particularly in District 41. Gentrification is happening. Yeah, we may not be able to stop it, but hey, the rent is way too high, and the inflation is off the rockers. People are not surviving, and I'm going to be on the front line with NYCC to ensure that there's a rent freeze in New York, which will impact District 41. So let me go back to the youth development issue. I spoke about the wraparound educational model, seamless day school to after school service. That's a given, very easy, low hanging fruit. But a lot of the initiatives that we see happening in the political space through the city council, they are turnkey events. So a lot of these individuals, they go in office and they're just doing turnkey events. They give monies to different NGOs to perform different activities. The government mandates certain requirements and they give them the resources. Fine, not a problem. That's lazy work. What we want to do is to integrate the orange economy in the learning process. So what we're going to do with our discretionary funds is to focus on 5 district academies. 5 district academies. One will focus on STEM. The other will focus on the performing arts, music, chorale, dance, theater, you name it. The other one will focus on step, measure, cheerleading, that kind of thing, drum corps, and sports. Those 5 orange economy learning processes, those 5, what I'll call the district academies, will be strategically placed free of cost so that on a Saturday, for example, young people from all across the district will have a space to go. They're not paying for this, right? We are investing in our young people. We spoke about it earlier. Why is it that our young people think it is cool to participate in maladaptive behavior? We have to give them an alternative. So that is important. And I spoke about the rent freeze. That is something that I'm very, very passionate about. Right now, my rent is too high. My rent is too high. I have to have a conversation. I had a conversation with my landlord the 1st of this month, the 1st of February, and I told him straight up, the rent is going to be late. So if I'm a professional, I am working, I am earning above the average, and I'm struggling, what are other individuals going through? So that's a challenge. And that is a heavy lift. And I'm going to be on them like ticks because the rent is too high. If we're talking about affordable housing, it cannot be a punch phrase. It has to be a reality, right? And I do not believe that affordable housing is actually affordable. So that is something that I'll be kicking and screaming about in City Hall, because we have to get it right. Because affordable housing is a human rights issue. It's a social justice issue. It's a crime-related issue. Because if individuals do not have a secure roof over their head, trust and believe they're going to go outside and try to do something that is not going to be beneficial to society. So these are some of the issues. Well, it's really 2 issues that I mentioned there. The educational aspect of it, which is very, very broad, and the rent freeze situation, which will have some other trickle-down effects.
No, man. Kevin said for big up, he's listening. He's watching.
Bless up, Kevin. Bless up, Kev, you.
You know, rent freeze, rent control. That's a New York centric topic, you know, because so many people living there, so many renters living there. Have you gotten any pushback from landlords? Because a lot of these, you have a lot of homes where people think of slum landlords, but you have somebody who might have a 2-family and them rent the basement, or sleeping on the basement and rent the first floor and the second floor. And then when you come now and you say, "Oh, we want a rent freeze," or well, that wouldn't be rent control, because especially if they're in the basement, because that's an illegal apartment.
Illegal, right?
But how do you, because these are voters you're trying to court as well. So how do you tell so-called mom and pop landlords? How do you tell them that, listen, not for freeze the rent, we can't charge more than a certain amount?
But you know, the rent freeze situation, really the target are these major developers, right? If you peruse the district carefully on any given day, and you don't even have to do it carefully, just the circumference of the district, you'll see all of these high-rise buildings going up, and only around about 25% are, you know, for low-income earners. And even that 25%, it's still very expensive comparative to the income of these individuals. So it's not so much about targeting the mom and pops. It's about ensuring that there are policies in place that really assess the income of residents comparative to what residents are paying for rent. 1. 2, there is also this new idea where every year there's an increase, there's a percentage added to individuals' rents for whatever reason. We're not saying that, you know, rents shouldn't go up at all, but the rent can be going up, but the salaries remain the same. So if the salaries are being held at the same level, there is no way on earth, from a policy perspective, the living costs should be going up while your salaries remain the same. So again, it's all about policy. It's all about putting in effect policies that will serve the collective, the majority of the people, and not the minority. So even though, you know, rent homeowners or developers are also constituents, we cannot continue to pander. Who are we representing? At the end of the day, we are supposed to be representing the collective. Are the collective the homeowners? I think not, right? So I get the point, I understand, but there has to be consensus. And I said it earlier in Rattigan that you and I believe we agree on most things, but methodology is always critical. And I think a conversation, dialogue with all stakeholders, very critical. And I believe that as we navigate this political space, as we navigate the whole idea of community development, it has to be done with all stakeholders at the table. And that's the type of you know, representative I would want to be.
Mr. Tavares.
No, man. A dear friend of mine just sent me this to ask you. And what she's saying, that New York is a hard state for young black politicians to really garner support. And it's a divided state. Based on what we're hearing and what we're seeing, some would say it's a corrupt state. But as a young black Jamaican, do you believe it's a hard state for you to be elected?
I do not believe it is a hard. District 41 is a heavy lift. But I believe that our Jamaican base our Caribbean base can do what is right come June 24. The Democratic Party that I'm a part of is a very interesting movement. And I was checking the chat just now, and an individual asked if I have checked in with the Congress members that, who straddle various areas in the district. So on one side of the district, I have Yvette Clarke as my congresswoman. And on the other side of the district, I have Hakeem Jeffries as my congressman. And I have not had that sit down with none of them just yet, right? I have informed Yvette Clarke of my intentions. She's very, very aware of what's happening on the ground. But I also believe that that question coming from your friend is one of the issues that we have to address head on. At the very top, those who we think pull the strings are in the minority. So even if 52 council members do not support me, argument's sake, even if 10 Congress individuals do not support me, that's fine. That's totally fine. Because District 41 alone has over 110 eligible voters. So if we want to sit in our homes, right, and have the alternative of real community development, but we're going to listen to the minority, then we are part of the problem. And I'm not saying that the minority ain't supporting me, because I can begin to speak of, elected individuals, incumbents who are supporting me, right? But it's not for me to state, because again, you said that, the politics in America is different from the politics in Jamaica. So how we navigate those endorsements, we have to be very, very careful as well. But I'm not approaching this campaign from that perspective. I'm approaching this campaign from a people-centered perspective, meeting the people, interacting with the people, ensuring the people understand where we need to take the district to, right? And then depend on the people, depend on each voter to take me through the finish line. If you check the numbers, Jeffrey, the incumbent struggles at getting 5,000 votes when there are another 90,000 votes out there to get. Why are people sleeping? If you are winning an election with 5,000 votes, something is wrong. Something is fundamentally wrong. And we need to find out what that is. You know what we need to do? We need to make a commitment right now. Everybody who is listening, whether or not you live in District 41, whether or not you're in Jamaica or in America, touch base. I know everybody listening right now knows somebody in New York. Everybody listening right now knows somebody in District 41. I can bet my last dollar. We need to get people on board to this campaign. We need to get people on board for this campaign. We need to ensure that we get a foot in City Hall come June of this year. And I'm telling you, if we're not careful, we're going to be in for some very, very rocky road with some what I should say, substandard representation.
Let me follow up on Jeffrey's question, which I thought was an outstanding question, regarding endorsements from others, and whether or not you believe as a young black man you can win in New York, being that it's some people classified as a corrupt state. You said that if the 52 council members don't agree with you, and if the members of parliament, members of Congress, if they don't agree with you, that's fine, because you're about people. And as long as you can get the people to come out and vote, then that's an expression of what they want, who they want, and what they expect you to do. However, they vote for you. They can't vote in the council as 110,000, whatever the number is, to get things done in their community. You will be just one of many. Have you thought about forming alliances? Or you say, you know what, they sent me here and I'm just gonna play hardball. I'm gonna do it alone. Whatever I think is right for my community, I'm just gonna do it. Or are you willing to say, you know what, this is politics, and sometimes we have to cut deals. And cutting deals might sometimes mean that those centers that you said that you want to strategically place, you may only get half of them or a quarter of them in order to get some other things done. Have you thought about what's your answer to that?
And you know, instead of using the phrase cutting deals, I use one word: navigate. You're absolutely correct. 15,000 individuals may get me into City Hall. And from an ethical standpoint, I have to represent my district. When I go to my council meetings, when I go to my block association meetings, it's their concerns that I'm taking to City Hall. There's no way to slice, or no other way to slice or dice that. It is what it is. Now, once you're in, I believe in partnerships. I believe in collaborations. And those are going to be important, and how you navigate those relationships. You know, Rattigan, you know, I actually believe that there is more good in people than bad. I just believe that a lot of individuals just throw their hands up in the air and say, hey, it's the system. And I don't want to sound like a politician to say, well, he's only talking like that. No, because I'm not 20. I'm not a child, right? I'm not saying that, like, again, I would have to navigate. But at the end of the day, I believe that we are moving into City Hall with an idea, with an agenda. We know exactly what we want to achieve. I'm not doing this alone. I have individuals who are keeping me grounded. So Rattigan, you think I could be on your program now, talking all this talk, and next year you pull up to City Hall to see me, and I am not speaking the same language? What am I going to say to you, Rattigan, as somebody who should be holding me accountable? What am I going to be saying to Jeffrey as somebody who should be holding me accountable? I saw Sharon Hamilton Pearson in the chat. What am I supposed to say to Sharon? What? You see, so we as constituents, you know, as voters, we have to know our representatives. We have to know who we're voting for. We have to hold them accountable, right? And I said it earlier, and I do not want it to go over anybody's head. The politicians are the servants. It's not the other way around. But to be very simple, I will enter and I will navigate this space. I will try my utmost best to build relationships, because I do not know it all. If any politician tell you that they know it all, they are liars. They are liars. If any politician tell you that they have all the answers, they are liars. They are mere representatives of the people, right? And we can only do what's best for the people by troubleshooting. And how do we troubleshoot? We consult, right? So it's a journey, and I'm looking forward to the journey, and I believe that it is attainable. I need the help. I need the help. I need the support. I cannot overemphasize that enough. I need the help and I need the support. So if you're in East Bed-Stuy, Ocean Hill, Brownsville, Crown Heights, Utica, all along there, East Flatbush, Remsen Village, I need your vote. If you're on the periphery, anywhere at all, I still need your help, because you can come and knock doors with me. You can introduce me to your sister, your cousin, anybody. Introduce me to your friends. If anybody listening right now invites me to their home, invite me to your living room and invite your neighbors. I'll come and speak to 6, 7, 8 of you. It doesn't have to be a big gathering. What we need is this idea that one by one, little by little, together, we are going to eventually make the community better. And then hopefully we get that ripple effect that we want.
Outstanding. Why I can't get tired of listening to you talk. You know, we just listen to Stacey Knight, and I mean, cut from the same cloth. You know, it's cut from the same cloth. So, but I look, I know you're going to do well, and with the people in the chat and the people that you're reaching out to, people in the chat who live in your constituency, and I'm already saying your constituency.
Yes,
because I'm supremely confident that you're going to do well. I think you're going to win. And
thank you.
Yeah, and whatever support these people can turn out for you. I used to live in your constituency, but I move.
Yeah.
Well, my relatives who live this.
You're sure you're still not on the voters list over here? Yo, Rattigan, you know the Schweppes.
You'll get me in that trouble, you know. Nah, man, you'll get me in that trouble, you know. Yeah, you'll get me in that trouble. Because the man will look for me and say, but hold on, I thought you were supposed to be the lawman. Then, oh, you know,
oh my God, you're sure you're not on the voters?
Hold on there, lawman. Do you sure Mr. Rattigan have standing in New York anyway, in the same way?
What do you mean by that? Come on, man.
He doesn't have standing in his own country, Jamaica?
What is this I'm hearing? What is this I'm hearing?
It's an inside story.
Jeffrey, a troublemaker, you know. Jeffrey, a troublemaker.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody said this Pastor Bernard of CCC. That's out on Pennsylvania Avenue and
right
at the corner near Star City. Them say call him.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm sure. Look, people, let me tell you something. I know Lawman, and Lawman is a gifted person, intelligent, sharp as a tack, and he knows what he's doing, you know. And one of the things that I admire about him is that, well, several things I admire about him. One of them is that he's a good listener, and he's very incisive in processing information and responding. And you can tell, you saw, you know, it's on open display. So I know he's going to do well. It's just that New York City politics is just a rough and tumble type of thing, you know. And but like he said, he's done his homework and he's found out that, look, you know, somebody get 5,000 votes and you have about 110,000. You have 105,000 outside there, you know, that you can appeal to, and that's what I think he's. Somebody's asking for his phone number.
I just dropped a number in the chat.
Yeah, it's in the chat. It's in the chat, folks. All right, let me just turn it over to Jeffrey and Pastor Ricky for their final questions or remarks.
Well, my final remarks to Lawman is this: that I wish you well, my friend.
Thank you.
And I hope to see a Jamaican in the city council in New York, a lawman who I respect, and a lot of Jamaicans in New York and outside of New York who has grown to love and respect him. I wish you all the best of luck, and I pray and hope that on election night I can call you and congratulate you, and looking forward that you do a great job for the people of District what? District 2?
District 41.
District 41, yes, of District 41. So, continue the great job, my friend, and I hope and pray that you do get the 1,000 petition signed.
Thank you.
Yes, and let the people go out there and, you know, help you and so forth. Anyone who is listening to us, go out there and assist him. He needs your vote, he needs your help, he needs everything that you can give him. We are Jamaicans, and we never quit. We always fight for what we want. And same way he can fight up here in the United States, he's going to fight same way for his homeland, Jamaica. Wish you all the best, my friend.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I too want to wish you a successful campaign. God's richest blessings. If you have a flyer, send it to Sir Rattigan and ask him to send it to me. So I know a lot of people, pastors, ministers live in New York, Brooklyn area as well. And I have friends in Queens, Bronx, Boogie Down Bronx, so even if they don't live in Brooklyn, they might know someone live in Brooklyn.
Right.
New York it's like a family. Everybody know everybody. So, but I just want to encourage you also to do a listening tour within the upcoming months, March, April, when the weather is breaking. Go to every avenue, every street, every city, every road, every block, in your constituents, and do a listening tour. Find out what the needs of the people are in those area. Do restriction, and then include a plan of action and communicate it in your campaign speeches, and so that way the people can see that you have an interest in because oftentimes politicians tend to take people for granted. They only come around when it's election time. But if they realize that you're someone who genuinely care and you have their best interests at heart, from listening, doing listening tours, and this is what, if you take it on the federal level, people that are running for president, this is what they do. They do their listening tour, go from state to state, and they show up at different events. Iowa caucus, something in North Carolina, there's festivals, and listen to what the people say. But in your District 41, do a listening tour, find out what the needs are, and then build a plan of action, and then regurgitate back what the needs are, and associate it with what you can do. Don't overpromise. That's another thing politicians do. They oversell, overpromise, and can't deliver. So whatever you can do, if you can do that and formulate a strategy. I'm not trying to tell you, but I'm just encouraging you. I believe that you can get double or 3 times 1,500 signature, and you probably can tap over 10,000 votes or more.
Thank you so much for that. And don't apologize for giving advice. It is okay to suggest what needs to be done, because everything that you just said, everything is important. Right. It has to be done. It's door to door. It's building relationships, building partnerships, so that we can get across the finish line first. So March 1, if you permit me, panelists, March 1, our Community Day in Brownsville, very important. That is next week, Saturday. I'm going to be posting information on my social media. Please go ahead, follow me on Instagram right now. Lawman Lynch NY. That is Lawman Lynch, LAWMANLYNCH NY, as in for New York. So Lawman Lynch NY, at Lawman Lynch NY. Follow me on Instagram right now, because I'll post information 2 or 3 times per week, so that you can keep up to date with what is happening on the campaign trail. But next week, Saturday, March 1, next week, this time, I want to be able to report to you, Rattigan, that we had a very successful Community Day in Brownsville, right? So please, for those of you who are listening, please show up next week, Saturday, March 1, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., the Salvation Army Community Center in Brownsville. We're going to be there in full force. Tell your neighbors, tell your friends, you come out yourself, be there. The next thing is that we need donations. In our community, I know it is hard. It is hard. It's hard to decide, should I give this campaign $10 or should I buy Enfamil? Should I give this campaign $10 or should I buy eggs? But I'm telling you, we have to think long term, and we have to look at the bigger picture. We need money. This campaign needs to raise $30,000 by the end of April, and we're at $7,200 right now. So we need another what? 21,800 thereabout. So we need the donations, $5, $10, any amount, right? Donate, donate, donate. Petitioning begins on Wednesday. This is when we go out into the communities and we try to get individuals to sign name, address, signature. I want Lawman Lynch on the ballot. It's very, very simple. And you're right. We should be able to get more than 1,500 signatures. That begins on Wednesday. It's only open for 4 to 6 weeks. I need those signatures, right? If you want to invite me over to your apartment, to your living room, I will bring chips, I'll bring soda, you provide the tea, and I'll come and I'll speak with you and your family. I'll speak with you and your friends. Even if it's just 2 of you, 3, 4, 5, I will call me up, email me, and we'll make it happen. And again, register to vote. This election, June 24, 2025, you have to be a registered Democrat in order to vote in the primaries. I know we are all big on the November elections, but let me tell you this, the primaries, that's the important one. It is highly likely that I'll win in November against the Republican. It is highly likely I'll win in November against the Republican. But in order to get to November, I have to get past June. June is the important election. There are 7 other individuals in the race. You have to get me across that finish line first, right? So depending on
page. I'm sorry, do you have a TikTok page?
TikTok, Lawman Lynch NY. Same
Okay.
thing. Lawman Lynch NY, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram.
Right.
I see somebody, my good friend Miss Joan Williams, is saying that go by the subway, you'll get a lot of signatures. And somebody else was asking for your number.
And I dropped the number in the chat. I'm not sure in the YouTube chat. I'm not sure if individuals are getting it.
No.
But I can drop it again. And hopefully one of your moderators.
You can drop it in the private chat on Joe Blogs or Elaine.
Okay, so I'm dropping it in the private chat right now on here.
Just drop it in.
347-208-8350. That is 347-208-8350. 347-208-8350.
Well, look, Lawman, it's been a pleasure, and this is the first of many trips around here because we like progressive people, we like young, progressive, brilliant people like you, and because it keep the platform vibrant, but it also keeps us informed. And you have a lot of people on this chat here that live in your neck of the woods, and some of them have probably never heard of you before, but now they do. So we need them to go out and spread the word. We need them to become ambassadors for Lawman Lynch.
Yeah.
So, folks, he's here. He's available. He's giving you his number. You know where to find him. Go see him, talk to him, and as he said, invite him over. 2, 3, 4 people. It no matter. He's going to come and explain his vision of what the community should look like. And by doing so, you go and get somebody in your living room to talk to. That heretofore you'd never get it, because a lot of them, they don't see you. They see you as a voter, and them say, okay, you vote and that's it. And then you don't see them again until election time. Them come around and then you ask, what have you done for me? Nothing. Well, here's a young man who says, listen, I am not going to overpromise. I'm going to be realistic with my promises, but I'm going to sit down with you and I'm going to listen to your concerns, and your concerns will be the concerns that I raise in the council, and I will navigate with my colleagues here to make sure that whatever it is that we should be doing in our community, we're going to do it to make sure that we can remove that moniker, that dub of being the worst. Lawman, I thank you so much for coming on. Look forward to seeing you.
Blessings. Thank you so much. Have a great one.
You're gonna win, man.
Blessings. Thanks for that, man. From your lips to God's ears.
Amen.
There you go. All right.
All right, Lawman. All the best.
Yes, folks. Listen, ISAT have a thing going on, and not because we're here We wanted to support his thing, and his thing has been up for quite some time now. So Coda, you can go and purchase your ticket for the stream. Check him out. Lots of things will be going on there. In the meantime and between time, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, you want to make this? You want to just make this announcement, sir? Or before I do it, because I've been promising this story for a long time. Let me just put up this story here. Now, folks, you know how we stay around here now. We are about people, right? Because you can have, and nobody's gonna stand up and say the JLP has never done anything wrong, or the PNP has never done anything wrong. Nobody's going to say that. And nobody's going to say that the people have never been wronged. They won't say that. But we're holding government accountable, and based on our constitutional monarchy system, it's one government at a time. Nevertheless, there are some things that we can hold the opposition accountable for. And we don't pull our punches back here, we don't hold back. And I want to put up something and show you about a member of parliament who is a member of the opposition, something that we need to highlight, and he should be ashamed of himself, and we need to do something about it. Here it is. This man named Hugh Graham. PNP. Look at that. Have you seen him? That's the headline. Because guess what? This man not show up for work at all, even though we get the big raise. We don't show up. Serial truant, meaning him not show up all the time. Him don't show up and collect 13.8 million salary after attending one house sitting in 2024. I could go down in that article, yeah. There he is.
Mr. Rattigan. One house sitting.
See, try to say no, think me a lie.
No. That's right. One house sitting. And he still remain as member of parliament?
See, well, election not come yet, so I'm still there. See it here, Hugh Graham, member of parliament for St. Catherine, Northwestern. You know, people, this is what we're talking about. You cannot claim to represent the people and don't show up to represent the people. They voted for you. The people voted for you. You voted for an increase in your salary. The people never have no say in that. And then at the very least you can do is just show up. But you don't show up. We could go into this report. It's an opposition lawmaker, Hugh Graham, attended only one of at least 37 meetings of the House of Representatives in 2024, missing major debates affecting his constituents, while collecting more than 13.7 million in basic salary for the calendar year. This is a disgrace. In fact, over the past 2 years, Graham attended only 14 of 93 meetings. People, you know, after the PNP or JLP for said, no, this is atrocious. This is unacceptable. What was it? Wait there.
14 of 93
in 2024. In the 2 years, him got 14 of 93 meetings. That means him got them say 15% at the time him got it. With the basic salary of 30 million. 30 million. I can't tell you who to vote for, and I'm just giving you the facts, and you decide. But here is this man, and this man, he don't need money either, you know. Look, he's the CEO of lubricant and chemicals producer Paramount Trading Jamaica Limited, and he represents St. Catherine Northwestern for the PNP. He resigned as party spokesman in 2023, and later that year, the PNP named a new representative for the next general election. So, maybe that's why I don't show up.
Remember, I was reliably informed that he's upset with the party because of this.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure up. But that is no reason not to show up.
Because you're representing the people.
Yeah, the PNP realized that this man is a dud. And they said we have to get rid of him. And they named somebody, I think they named
Damien Crawford.
Damien Crawford to his seat and said, Damien is going to run next year. I mean, yeah, Damien is going to run this year. But they told him that in 2023. And it's like, you just take it to heart and say, me nah come back.
Sir Rattigan, I don't want to judge the situation, but I know that the House have rules and the Speaker is responsible to ensuring or administer any rules that is broken to bring it into correction. So I'm not sure what his case is. I know that if a member of parliament has medical issues, they can go to the doctor. Wait now. They can get a. I'm just speaking in a general context. They can get a note or a letter from their doctor, and they can give it to the speaker. So I think this should be addressed by the speaker in parliament to find out why is it a representative or any other. Because I know like Samuda, Ali Shaw, and Mike Henry and others, they have medical issues, and so they haven't been in parliament for so long. So I'm not sure.
Samuda's in the parliament. Samuda's in the parliament, man.
Every day, every time.
Yes.
Okay.
Which one of them? Which one?
You have Peter Phillips.
Ali Shaw, Mike Henry hasn't been there, but
no, Ali Shaw is in the parliament too. I've seen all in the parliament.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. The thing is, this article came out, and I suspect that if he had a medical excuse, it would have been relayed to the people, either the party chairman, the party leader, party secretary, or even this gentleman himself, Mr. Graham, would have come out and said, "Hey, I saw this article. I'm not there because I have a medical issue, or I have some issue that is a reasonable excuse for not being there." But there's no response to this article. And look further down right here. It says the businessman escaped being booted from Garden House because although he missed more than 6 consecutive meetings in 2024, they did not occur within 21 days. So what that tell me is that he might game the system. That's what that tell me.
Exactly.
What that tell me is that him know if I miss more than 6 meetings, I'm going to miss 5. I'm going to show up. Now I miss 6, I'm going to show up. But now we'll go to the 7th one. That is what this tell me, right, so.
Mr. Rattigan, hold on a minute. I know Dr. Peter David Phillips is sick. So he has a letter sent from his doctor or whatever. So is Mike Henry.
So, Sir Jeffrey, why did the speaker not hold him accountable and follow the rules of the House then?
No, what on the Pastor Ricky? Look at this right here. It says Graham's 2024 attendance continued a trend from 2023 when he attended 13 of 56 sittings, missing 34. He had 4 absences with an apology and 5 due to illness. So what happened to the rest of them? He only have 5 with illness. There it is. So I guess what happened with him is that the PNP told him, for whatever reason, they said, you will not run in this constituency for the PNP. They told him this in 2023. And it just said, and from there, so them just say, you know what, the hell with this, man, now show up. No, to me, that's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. He's not running for re-election, at least not in that constituency, because he's been replaced. But still, man, you collect the money, show up and represent the people. And look what them say. He said he was absent with an apology once. There was, hold on a second. Here it is right here. He said a fellow opposition legislator who did not want to be named, he said the least he could do is turn up for the people's business. Would he accept that from an employee of his company? The answer is no. No. So we are called the spade as we see it. You know, and them asked Philip Paulwell, the leader of the opposition business, to comment on it. So they asked Peter Phillips. So what Peter Phillips...
Philip Paulwell.
So what Philip Paulwell could have said was that, no, the guy's sick and so on. But we know said that's another reason, because we see the excuses them for him have apology and him have illness. And when them asked Philip Paulwell wouldn't comment on it. Now, if the man was truly sick, he could have said, well, you know, he has some health issues and, you know, it's excusable. And that would be the end of the story. But I don't think this guy has any health issues.
The man is pissed off with the party, Mr. Rattigan. The man is upset because the party tell him, say, look, you have enough of you now. We don't give Damien Crawford the thing.
Yeah. Here's Philip Paulwell. Philip Paulwell now has set an example. He showed up 31 out of 37 meetings. And he said attendance at house meetings is important because that's why we're here and that's why we're paid to be there. And look at this right now. Oh, Sita, some residents of St. Catherine have expressed disappointment with the quality of representation Graham has given the constituent. Even in one constituency, I look out against him. They say that cannot be proper. In my organization, we must come together and that person has to step down. Not a maybe, must step down. And that is what one of his constituency members said. You should be representing the people and not only representing the people in the parliament, but in the constituency where you are, that the people can see you and talk to you. So apparently they have not been seeing him. They said that they're seeing the councillor. Oh, here it is. They welcome Damian Crawford as the PNP next candidate. Look at what Dennis Brown, a resident of the constituency, said. He said regarding the current member of parliament. He said, it don't make no sense. I don't even know him. I glimpsed him one time during the elections and I haven't seen him since.
My God.
So, Pastor Ricky, what is your views on this?
If this is accurate, yeah.
It is accurate.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying if. I try not to, when I speak on what I know. What I don't know, I don't comment on. But if this is accurate, he should be held accountable because you can't go to your job and get hired and then don't show up for work. Your employer has the right to fire and replace you. So if this is accurate, then he should be disciplined.
All right. Pastor Ricky, look here. You see, it says former opposition leader Dr. Peter Phillips. He attended only 3 sittings, while Mike Henry attended 6. And in 2023, Phillips attended only 4 of the 56 meetings, while Henry recorded 27. But here's the key. It says both have documented health challenges.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier. Right. If I don't know if he submit, I have no idea if he submit.
Nothing wrong with him. Not a thing not do him.
Okay. I'm not taking sides for him, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to stay neutral because I don't want to judge him wrongly. And it turned out then there's a release. He had a medical, excuse. Then I'll feel like an idiot by jumping on him like that.
Well, me no say that not
the only thing is that the only thing though, Pastor Rick, is that we see that them say him and they have medical excuses must say 5 times. We see that. Right. So and then we see where them tell him, listen, you're no longer representing the PNP in this constituency. And we say we're him own constituency members. I say, we don't know him, we don't see him not come around here. So, but my point to him is this, sir, if you're not sick, because Pastor Ricky have a good point. Maybe this is not the full story, because we've seen stories before you say one thing and something else. But if you're not sick and you don't have a valid excuse, sir, you need to go back and spend some time with the people. You need to go back.
Right.
And what he needs to do is to pay back the money.
I mean, what if the last time he went to the doctor, on the 4th doctor visit, he got a medical leave of absence? We don't know. I have no idea. This is...
If he had a medical leave... Okay. Let us send in an ATI then.
Yeah, there you go. Sir Rattigan, ATI.
Yeah, that's all right.
We can talk about it next week. And if he's wrong, I'm going to slam him.
But maybe right. Not do him.
If I'm going to slam him next week. Seriously.
Me believe saying Bex with Mark Golding and the PNP, why decide to disband the people them? Not a thing not do him. Play in Jamaica and pattern not do him.
Let me jump on Jonah because wait a minute. No, this is last week. Hold on. No. Kevin, give me the wrong one. But anyway, you see that thing there? We're going to turn on the phone people in about 6 minutes. But you see, most of us don't change when we see the light. We change when we feel the heat, right? And here's an example. Here's something that could be, not saying that it is, but here's somebody who's feeling the heat.
I need back my money.
So how are you going to deal with that?
The government alone really can't do nothing about this. It's no answer.
The government is doing its part as much as it can.
I hope.
This is a different government that has set a higher bar. And persons expect
what?
That there will be a quick return.
Nothing not go on.
Nothing not go on.
No.
It's rubbish about nothing not going on.
You can't say anything you want to say.
Of course.
That upset me.
That's my style.
You see, that's the problem.
Meaning?
That's not the problem.
It's not just to go blame the government.
This happened to me and it's going to have 2 years.
Yes, you are worried about your problem.
I can't say back a dime.
We don't have nothing to do with that.
You know the company, you know how old. So don't bother with it.
Sometimes I hear people talk and I really wonder if they know what they're talking about.
Don't bother with it. Find something else.
Who want to go listen to conspiracy and gossip, you go on your way.
All this money, Miss Nana, one person know about it.
You have to take some personal responsibility.
If me start speaking, I hurt Jamaica a lot.
That is not going to get you far.
Cut the foolish.
You don't have to take my word for it.
Sorry for Jamaica, but I forget about my money.
We cannot continue like that as a
become
people.
the butt of
People
every
get back my money. I mean, I get back my money, people.
All I know, the person who did this,
he's a laughing stock. The butt of every joke.
the person who did this video,
Yeah,
is
big
a
up.
masterpiece.
Look, people, we have a. It's a suggestion. We have a suggestion. Oh yeah, Patrick Plummer asked about it. So Jeffrey, go ahead and tell the people about the suggestion. Since you already go there and tell the people that you have big announcement to make.
I said you had the big announcement, not me.
No. Go ahead. No, we can't talk.
On a very serious note, though, we had a little chit chat over telephone conversation with Mr. Rattigan and myself, and we have decided a suggestion that came to us that we should have a demonstration in Jamaica. We need funding for the demonstration, though. That's to come from, and the demonstration will be named the first sponsored diaspora demonstration in Jamaica's history. One of the reasons why is because for far too long we sit down and nothing going on in our country. We have to do something to show them, say, hey, it can't continue. So Mr. Rattigan and myself have decided that, we're going to put this out there to you all, that we're going to have a demonstration in Jamaica. What is your views on that? And will you help us with this demonstration? Mr. Rattigan, over back to you, sir.
Yes. This is something that we thought about long and hard, because people have been saying, oh, on the talk and we don't do this, and Jamaican people want to do this, and people have even encouraged me to go to Jamaica and protest in the middle of Tree Square. And so while we're talking, we said, you know what? We really need to do something about this thing here, and we need to do it before the election. We believe the election is going to be called sometime after the budget is read, and the budget is going to be read sometime in March.
Yes.
So, demonstration will probably force the Prime Minister to come, because we believe that he's waiting for the tide to turn, for some good news. And I'm sorry that we didn't get to a couple of things, but there's always time. We'll get to it. A couple of things to talk about the tide turning. Are people saying the tide has turned? Tide not turned. Things difficult in Jamaica. So a protest is gonna force him to either call the election at the most inopportune time, or he have to wait till after him say the people, the crowd, and the message, and then come after and call an election. And that message will be, the message from the march will be resonating with people. So we have decided that what we're gonna do is throw it out to people, get some ideas, because it's gonna cost quite a bit of money. Because what we'd like to do is have it at either the Emancipation Park or Ronnie Williams, and there are fees involved with that. Then we have to get a permit. And one of the things that we would like to do is bus people in and feed people. We want to feed people, because a lady called me last week, and I know this week a lady called me and take me to task and say, "What you do for feed the people in Jamaica, Commissariat?" Well, if you do one meal and them come and hear the message, we think it will be well worth it. Joyce said this is not a good time for this. Somebody state said move around parish to parish, just like the PNP campaign. Global Prayer said, I agree. So Darrett said, what about Mandeville? Jayton to Andrew will respond viciously, careful. Fee, security, food, shirt, hats. Yes, all of those things. So listen, we have reached out to some people on the ground in Jamaica, and they said it's an outstanding idea. Some of them have already started making inquiries about busing people. Some of them have started making inquiries about food. Some of them have already started making inquiries about stage, sound, all of these these issues that you would have with setting up something of this nature. So, Janet, they said which month? We're thinking about sometime in April. So,
may I, Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. What we know so far, okay. The budget, the opening of the budget is on March 11th. And it closed on Tuesday, March 25th. It's a possibility that such man may call election exactly after the budget. What also that is a possibility that when he see all of this now, he may call the election sooner than we expect.
Right. Which is something that he doesn't want to do because the economy is tanking. You know, everything is going south. So he doesn't want to do it. So we say, okay, all right, fine. We'll just come and we'll just spread the message to people.
Sir Rattigan, I think I love the idea and I will support it. I'm in on it. Actually, I would leave.
Yeah, you're one of the speaker, them. You're one of the speaker.
Yeah, I love the idea. I just think that logistically we have to work out the logistics of it, you know, plan it through accurately. Number one, we need a permit, like you said.
Right.
Number two, we need sound and stage. And
all that is involved.
All of that, yeah. Yeah, just so you know, Pastor Ricky, we already reached out to people in Jamaica and all the things, all of the logistical things to make it possible. Okay. Those things are being handled right now. Okay, it's just a matter because it's gonna be sponsored by the diaspora. People are saying, okay, get the funding because everything is in place and we can do it. So we're not asking for any funding today. Let me just be absolutely clear about that. We're just throwing it out as an idea. And we're going to go back and look through the chat to see if people are really interested in something like this. Because if people say, no, it's not a good idea and we shouldn't be doing it, then fine. Because at the end of the day, you are the ones who will be making the contribution to this. And if you don't think it's a good way to spend your money, then that's fine. We won't do it. But if you say, go ahead and do it, then we'll, yes, Colleen, we have security. We have somebody talking. Like I said, all of the things that you could possibly think of with something like this, you know, security, stage, food, sound, transportation, have an ambulance nearby in case somebody faint or whatever. All of these things, we have people on the ground working right now.
It's peaceful protest. Let's get that out.
Yeah.
Peaceful. People don't misunderstand. We're not going down there to start no trouble.
No. And then also we would notify the State Department because a lot of people would be going there, American citizens. So we would notify the State Department, the embassy
and our
in Jamaica.
Congress and senators. Because
exactly. We'd notify everybody here so that we're going, so that, you know, they can get the eyes and ears up and looking and start using whatever means they can to listen to phone calls or whatever they need to do to figure out what's going on, what the threat is. Because we will also get a threat advisory report to say what the lay of the land is. So we're just throwing it out right now, people. And because we want to get the Jamaican people involved, and we want to get them involved in a very big way. So
and it is going to be in Kingston. It won't be in any other area of Jamaica. Kingston only.
Right.
All right. Now the phone line is open. We have 20-something minutes, 27 minutes. So if you want to call, phone line is open. We have some stories here that I wanted to go over, but we're gonna save this because you know it's funny, people, because sometimes we save a story and during the week we get an update. So it's not like the story is just sitting there dormant, collecting dust. It's like something is coming in every week. Because remember, Jamaica is content rich. Remember that. And so we provide the story, we provide the facts, so that then you can make your decision. You can make an informed decision. Okay, hold on. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Chicago.
Yes, sir. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Chicago.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. Big up Jeffrey Tavares. Pastor, big up yourself too. You know? I could give you a more efficient way cheaper too for everybody. I've been saying it on Jamaica Hot Topic.
Yes.
If we all 14 parish all over Jamaica, we just stay home right away yard gate with a placard, phones out, and the whole Jamaica just protest, whatever state, whatever they want to say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that way, no police can come brutalize us. And them can, take advantage of us. So
let me ask you a quick question, and I'm sure Pastor Ricky and Jeffrey, they have questions for you. How do you think that is, that 14 parishes? First of all, how do you get the message, and how do you get them to do it?
If we could get somebody everybody, look up to a certain type of way, have them to lead it, set a date. All right, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll just take it from there.
But at the end of the day, sir,
are you hearing me?
Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
I'm barely hearing you. You're very low.
Ratty, you're not hearing your turn, Mr. Rattigan. See that Pegasus take you away.
I'm not hearing you. I don't know what happened.
Ratty, you're not hearing your turn, Ratty.
Hello?
One moment for a caller. One moment. We're trying to sort out the situation here.
Yeah, you hear me now? Yeah, you hear me? Jeffrey?
Yeah.
We're hearing you now, loud and clear.
Yeah.
They give it. Yes, I was asking the caller if he's saying that we should get somebody on the ground. So yes, sir, we must get somebody in the entire 14 parishes to lead this.
Yeah, somebody who is credible and somebody, everybody look up to in Jamaica. So whether it's a pastor, the church, or somebody.
One thing I can tell you, sir, Jamaicans react more to a crowd where people go out there and speak, more than staying home.
You're muffled. I'm not hearing you properly.
I'm saying to you that Jamaicans react more to crowds. In other words, they'll come out and listen to a person giving a speech than staying home.
I think
if they even stay home for a week, that even better too. No work, no school.
Well, I think what we need to do is have a gathering, a group
because the government not going to allow it, a protest against him because he's fearful. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look.
We don't want them start killing for people.
Well, Carla, they did allow some protests, to take place. They did allow the one with when the pay hike went up. They did allow the one for Portmore. They allowed quite a few to happen.
I don't know.
And one more thing, Carla. We all must understand one thing, It is your fundamental rights.
Everybody one time.
Okay. All right. Hey, anyway,
everybody one time. And I was the one, I don't remember if you remember me, but remember when it was about the march in Florida, I was the one who called in and suggested also when Jeffrey Tavares said he had mentioned it before.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't remember if you remember me.
But anyway, we're going to keep that under advisement because it's an idea. It's an idea. I don't know. I think it's going to require much more planning though, because instead of like Ricky was saying, you have one venue, one time, and that's it, as opposed to having 14, parishes where you have to coordinate with all of these people and things.
Yeah. So what you could do is like, all right, just like how you're saying it right now and giving a date and a time, we announce it.
Mm-hmm.
Like every week we announce it, you understand?
Right.
So people have it in them back of their mind. All right, we'll save that date for that. You understand?
Well, what we did actually do, is look on it like a family day, because we want to feed people,
them can't cook at them yard, man. Right at in front of them yard gate, you know what I say?
We want to let some KFC on the people, man, and
well,
kind of food.
Still can't buy it and send it in, man.
Nah, just get some vendors to cook.
Yeah. All right, I hear you, my brother. I hear you.
I think it's safer that way the police them not come out for everybody and try to lock up nobody.
Yeah, my point.
But Mr. Rattigan, Are you all hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yes. Do you think that it can afford to buy KFC for the 14 parishes of Jamaica?
No, he's saying make them cook them own our food. Or with, oh, I see what you're saying, because he said we can send the money and buy the food. Yeah, yeah. Oh, watch out. John J. Singapore said, no, Carla, KFC, we want for real. We want real.
No,
Carla, you want me to run now? Oh, somebody just. Carla, anyway, hang up. I'll take a couple more.
And just listen back to the
Yeah, my brother, cool. Yeah. Yeah, the people have said, no, I don't want KFC. Jeffrey, your volume too high, I guess.
It was too low, no, it's too high. Bang around.
You're too close to I think you're too close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, they're off now.
From Negril Point to Moran Point?
And all points in
Rattigan,
between.
I think what we can do is have a protest of 50 to 100,000 people in Kingston, whichever designation area, and then those who can't make it, they can find a square in a them parish, or a town city in a them parish, and protest in accordance to what we're doing in Kingston.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the main
idea.
should be Kingston, because that's where the prime Garden houses, Jamaica houses, the GGOs, everywhere, the government agencies all in Kingston. So Kingston, and then we can have people from England, Canada, the US, everybody flying into Jamaica for this protest. It's doable.
Yeah, and you see what happened though, it's generating a lot of talk, a lot of reasoning in the chat. Because some people are saying no, it's unsafe. Some people are saying no, we have Kojop on our side, we have Paul Bogle, we have this, and we need to go and do it because.
But also, Mr. Rattigan, everybody was saying that something to be done in Jamaica. All right. Now we are saying it's unsafe. It is your fundamental right under the Constitution of Jamaica for a peaceful assembly.
Peaceful. That's why it has to be peaceful, right? Freedom to gather. That's
freedom of speech.
Freedom of movement. Freedom of speech. Yeah, it's in the Constitution.
Carlo, welcome to. He hung up. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Pastor Ricky. Sorry about that. You hung up.
If we notify the State Department and those who are traveling from the U.S., their senators and congresspersons in their state or city, and put this government on notice, because they can't continue the trajectory of failure that they're doing and causing high cost of living. And we are talking about it every day. It's time to put action to words. So I'm in this, but we have to just plan it, very strategically. Nobody have no fear. Who this guy think him is that him gonna have we in a fear? We have constitutional rights to. We're Jamaican citizens with an interest in Jamaica, and we have a right, freedom of speech right.
Let me put up something and show the people who have a little bit of concern. Let me put up something. I'll read it to you because I don't know if I big this up, like Kevin. It says, actually, I know if I do it, but I'm afraid because I might touch it and the whole thing disappears. So I don't know if I bring it back. But it says, this is coming from the State Department, this is coming from spokesperson Tammy Bruce, who's writing for the office of the Secretary of State. And she said, Secretary Rubio spoke with Prime Minister Holdings today to discuss key regional issues and the strong U.S.-Jamaica partnership. Secretary Rubio underscored the important historic and cultural ties between the United States and Jamaica. And here's a key part of it, including the vibrant Jamaican diaspora. So if we notify the State Department, say we dissatisfied with what's going on and we are going down there and we're planning this peaceful protest, I don't think you're going to get any pushback. In fact, I think you're going to get support. So
and the State Department can put them on notice and say, allow the people to them protest.
Indeed. But like I said, it's garnering a lot of conversation in the chat, and that is what we want. We want it because listen now, them I watch this now, and then we say, boy, we're serious now, so we are come down there now, and we are come down there with tens and thousands. Plus, we are going coalesce with our brothers and sisters down in them tens and thousands. And when we start feed them, because family day we are saying no. And once we start feed them and start play to music, and then the speakers them start come up. When you have
The UN says in Jamaica 2 million people go to bed nightly hungry. So make sure you have money for feed over 2 million.
And that we are talking about. Imagine, we are going to feed people, you know, that way. You can't just people message for empty belly. So once you say, listen, on the love KFC, at KFC, we are saying, and that we're going to work with. So Carla come from Canada. Hold on a second. Carla, good evening. Where are you? Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Canada.
Which part of Canada? Which part of Canada, I mean? Which part of Canada?
Saskatchewan,
cool part of Canada,
Canada, bro.
Talk to it.
All right, listen, watch me now. This is what the man just talked here about people staying home and deal with that. Yeah, I see where he's coming from.
Right.
But listen how it would work properly now.
Yes.
The same thing you are talking about, us meeting at what location in Kingston.
Yes.
Then now the other people around in those country areas could come out and stay by their gate and do that while we in Kingston covering what they're covering. Right. And also they will be picking up from the radio station in what's going on.
All right. Now here's something now. Me have family at St. Anne, me have family at St. Elizabeth, me have family all over the place. And all of them want to see me and greet me and hear me and give a speech live.
They can come in. All of those can come in. Nothing stop them.
They might bring them neighbor with them too. They might bring them district.
Nothing stop them. All who want to come in Kingston, free. Nothing stopping them. But for those who cannot come and for those who are scared, stay home with their placard at the gate and they are listening on the radio. Because I will be there. I will be there too. I will come in and fly out back.
The thing about a protest, is that it must garner interest. People must know about it and see it. No,
right.
Like all when my people in them rural district go stand up at them gate now. How that will get covered?
No. Ratty, watch me again.
Yeah.
Follow me again. Yeah. Okay, let's say, we have a protest. Just an idea as Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center. Okay?
Yes.
Just an idea. So, all who want to come, it doesn't matter who want to come, the fly, the push, the dog, anybody, the opposition, anybody who want to come are welcome. You get me?
Yes.
You follow me?
Yes.
But let's look now. So think about the family who want to come. Just stay there. They will see. I have family too. They will come. But just for those other people, it's not everybody going to turn all over Jamaica. So for those people who want to support it, right, and want to be where they are in those country areas, can stand up like them gate with them placard.
Right. That's an idea.
Yeah, so nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
That's an idea.
You understand? Because it will be even bigger. Because imagine if your family, my family, our friends, and everybody, and all the combolos that we have want to come to Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center and support it. Fine, it's lovely. Tourists come in, diaspora come in, fine. But those who cannot afford it, who feel scared, who feel like the government do them can stay home at their gate with the placard. That's a very big thing, brother.
Yeah, let me just say to Mike Reed, we are broadcasting in Jamaica right now, so people in Jamaica are here this thing.
Sure. Yeah, right. So right now, for when I was in Jamaica, probably about 6 years now I've been to Jamaica just because of Andrew Olden.
So you come with me when we go down there, go do the protest?
That's what I'm saying. I will fly in and fly out back.
Okay.
Sure, I will fly in and fly out back. But I'm not going to stay there. But I'll fly in, go to the protest and bomb back out. You think you want Andrew kill me down there?
No, man, nobody not kill him, man.
Hey,
no,
tell what I will do. I said I will fly in, rent a car, come to protest, stay by a hotel, fly and take out back.
All right, not to make light of it, make fun of it or anything like that. But we are going to invite the icon for come to, We are going to invite the icon.
3.6% in July 2024.
I'm telling you, my security, I would be. Nobody would know I'll be there. Bam, call my relative and by Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center. And until I can see me, I saw that place after, right there where the crowd is and the police and everything. Good. Right. Finish deal with them. Then they'll know me leaving back.
All right. Mr. Saskatchewan, stay warm here, sir. I like your idea. We'll talk soon. Maybe grab another call, yeah?
Yeah, man. I want to come from me, bro.
So
I know me here, I know everything. I just remember, usually by Federal Road, usually by I'm towards side. Come on.
See there. Right, that's it. One blood. We'll talk.
Right. One blood.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Maryland.
Yes, sir.
US.
Talk to me.
I just thought you know that big screen that normally have in New Kingston where everybody watch the races when
the one in the heart of half a tree.
If we could get the screen to be broadcasting whatever you're doing in Kingston, that would be good, and people could come there to the New Kingston and at least observe what's going on downtown or wherever you're having it.
All right, that's another idea. That's what we're doing right now. We're inviting ideas and encouraging a discussion around it. We haven't made any plans except that we have preliminarily reached out to people in Jamaica and all of the logistical stuff that we've been talking about. Food, transportation, audio, security, all these things that we have people looking at.
Just make sure poor people benefit from whatever we're doing.
Of course, I agree 100% because we don't want them end up. Well, the poor people won't end up like the icon, but people are asking for play about the icon, and I want the icon to reach out to him again today. No, icon call me, and we invite you. If this thing come to fruition, we invite you. People, for those of you who didn't see this before, let's take a look at this again. Take a look at this for the first time.
Thank you very much.
Big up yourself, brother. Big up yourself.
Big man, I need back my money.
So how are you going to deal with that?
The government alone really can't do nothing about this. You don't answer.
The government is doing its part as much as it can.
I hope.
This is a different government that has set a higher bar,
and
persons expect that there will be a quick return.
Not now, go on.
Not now, go on.
No.
This is rubbish about nothing not going on.
You can't say anything you want to say.
Of course.
That upset me.
That's my style.
You see that? That's not the problem.
Meaning?
That's not the problem.
It's not just to go blame the government.
This happened to me and it's going to have it 2 years.
Yes, you are worried about your problem.
I can't say back a dime.
We don't have nothing to do with that.
You know the company, you know how old, so don't bother with it.
Sometimes I hear people talk and I really wonder if they know what they're talking about.
Don't bother with it. Find something else.
Who want to go listen to conspiracy and gossip, you go on your way.
All this money, Miss Nana, one person know about it?
You have to take some personal responsibility.
If me start speaking, I hurt Jamaica a lot.
That is not going to get you far.
Cut the foolish.
You don't have to take my word for it.
Sorry for Jamaica, but I forget about my money.
We cannot continue like that as a people.
People, me not get back my money. Me not get back my money, people.
Yes, caller. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Ratty, big up yourself, Ratty. Big up your co-host and big up everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
Calling from Canada.
Yes, sir. We're in Canada. Don't tell me Saskatchewan.
I'm next door to Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, okay.
I'm in a little town called Windsor, Ontario.
Oh, you know Windsor. I know Windsor. All right.
Yeah.
Hit way. We don't have much time. Talk to me.
Man. What may I say? May I support the thing where you launch?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely want to be a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
I just get back from Jamaica 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a big supporter fan of what you launch. Right. I will be a part of it. But I just want to say, I don't know if you could give me the time to say this.
No, man, say it.
2 quick minutes.
Sure.
Big support for Andre. We need to stand up for Andre, and we need to fight the back of Andre. Because Andre put the...
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying freedom of speech is a must, and especially if it's truthful, then that's a complete defense. So we are going to defend that. If people are talking, speak truth,
we as the people in the diaspora have to stand up for Andre because Andre give it, and you don't need no truth for it because Mr. Portland, the broken vase come out and talk. Right? Mm-hmm. So the truth is right there. Mm-hmm. We need to support Andre and we need to stand up for Andre and show them little boy that who go on like they want to take over with birthright. Mm-hmm. Make them know, say, watch ya. We there to support the vloggers and all of the people and we have put it out there for we the diaspora them were living at this overseas. Know what go on. I am an ex-police officer who served Jamaica for 10 years at it.
Right.
I give 10 years of my life service. I've been burned twice. Now come out and say it straight by your program, but you know what I talk about.
Right.
I've been burned twice in Jamaica. serving for 10 years. And you see, Andre, brother, my love, my respect is for you. Thanks for you do for we Talk Your Mind TV. The whole honor. ABR family, Ratty, you name it. Big up on yourself, brother. Respect one another for we to make we know what go on in our little country of Jamaica. Mr. 28 need to go. I may have said that clear and loud. Canada support you, Andre. Canada support you, Ratty. Canada support all the good vloggers them. We are giving them the truth what them hide from with the main street media now and give it. You understand? So big up on yourself. Big up. Big up, Colin Bell over Portland, where I give you the thing. Portland Spice.
Portland Spice, yeah.
Big on up, brother. Big on up.
All right. Let me run go grab a call there, but thank you for the call. Thank you for the support. Keep listening. You hear me, brother? God. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. We don't have much time. Where are you calling from? Yeah, talk to me now. We don't have much time. Hello?
We're not hearing the person, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah.
All of the persons to get a security life should be in answer because they know in 2009 Everton McFarlane did an online on-site investigation.
Right.
And they found that
Caller, we're not hearing you clear. We're not hear you.
No, call back.
Yeah, but we don't have much time enough.
Bluetooth.
Yeah,
all right, cool. Think that Dorrit make a good point now. Dorrit say, where you do make the poor people instead of spend the money upon KFC or whatever, support the local chefs them.
Yeah,
so
the vendors.
We make the local chefs them come and make them serve for them food.
Yes,
and
Michael Kitchen and Andre.
I think that's a good idea. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. And them things that we are talking about, the people, we invite them to forgive with the ideas because we don't have a monopoly on ideas, and we just throw some things out and we are listen for the response.
You're not the best baby father with ideas.
No.
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 And I don't want Mr. Rattigan to be kicked out of his house tonight when you hear that.
No. We have to call. We have to turn off the phone now because we have to go. We have to close up now. But we have a program. I'm a call now. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Brevard, Florida.
Yeah, we don't have much time. Please tell us what's on your mind.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Rattigan, whose money paid for the Crow investigation?
It was financed in part by the British government, and I believe the Jamaican government made a contribution, but the bulk of the money came from the UK government.
Okay, so does that mean that they own the report, or do the Jamaican people own the report?
I believe the Jamaican people. That's a good question, but I believe the report is clearly within the province of the Jamaican people. However, the UK government, because they sponsored it, they subsidized it, that they would have a copy of it as well. I guess you're going to ask me, how do we get it? Is that where we're going?
Yes, because why does the Jamaican government have the right to block it from us knowing the content?
Well, we should reach out to our friends in the UK and ask them to petition their government for a copy of it, because I'm sure if the UK government says, I want a copy of it, Kroll is not going to tell them no, because they paid Kroll.
I see.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care of yourself. Be well. All right.
You too. Bye.
Right, thanks. Folks, we have to turn off the thing on 1959 now. Pastor Ricky.
1959?
Come on. Military time.
Okay.
59,
yeah. Pastor Ricky, we'll have a few seconds left. And Jeffrey, thank you for coming on. Give me some closing remarks, a few seconds.
Yeah,
please.
thank you, Sir Rattigan, for this space. Jamaica people, SSL is the biggest scandal, and we're not gonna let it go, no matter how much threat.
But what I want to say is this: that I want to say thanks so much for bringing me on, and I still believe that we, the Jamaican people, can make a difference in our country. As I always say, the change that we seek in Jamaica will never come from the People's National Party, the Jamaica Labour Party. That's to come from us as a people. We are the change that we seek in Jamaica. May God bless you. Remember to join us on Monday for the Make We Talk Current Affair program with yours truly, Jeffrey T. and Wilfred Rattigan and others. Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
All right, Pastor Ricky, we talk. Jeffrey, we talk. People, dig up on yourself. See me tonight at 10 o'clock. CM station, 10 o'clock. We have to play Rastaman music.
All right, blessings, everybody. Good night.
All right.